Good time of day, all creatures of various change ratings, and welcome to Kingdom of Aldana, where tonight we find out if Leos is dead or alive, or both. So, previously, the Heron Stans have continued their encounters, their fight, their titanic tussle with Kairos Melozan, the leader of the Melozan family and the father of Zardos, as he has revealed some of his more inhuman powers, threatening to overcome and destroy the Heron Stallions, especially with them missing Zardos. The fight was not going your way, Kairos seemingly shrugging off most of your attacks, you're running out of resources, Zardos still being absent and Melora being banished to the 9th dimension, until it turned around. Zardos managing to escape the guardians of his father and returning into the fight, with Straga proving to be a true hero and truly the MVP of the party. A powerful strike inflicting infernal pain upon, well, I guess celestial pain upon Kairos, and managing to bring Melora back from banishment. The results of Kairos were whipped and cut, slowly but surely, as Zardos too has seemed to have found this kind of second wind within himself, and then the third wind, and the fourth wind, and the fifth wind, much to exasperation of Kairos, until he decided it was not worth or too dangerous to continue fighting you, and, well, left. Leaving Leos behind, presumed dead, you grabbed his body and escaped as far as you could from the combat. To try and rest, recuperate your powers, you attempted to undertake a long rest, sending messages of, well, several souls to both Albert and Lady Khazar, until suddenly Leos has returned back to motion. Taking that moment to cast a spell and escape from the party, he seemed intent on spending a night on his own, motivated by his own reasons, while the party were taking none of that and started planning on how to find him and figure out what's wrong with him. With resources, Tex, Taris has taken the decision to summon assistance of a passing acquaintance, a certain lawyer from the city-state of Nebo, and burning his business card, we've heard boys saying, "Good evening, ladies, gentlemen." You see a spot of light from a cigar being lit, and those of you with dark vision, and those with you, I don't think you have set a campfire actually, because I think you wanted to keep it quiet. Oh, you have, okay.
So much light. No, not campfire, but I have so much light. There's...
Well, yeah. Oh, by means of fire, magical or otherwise, you see William Del Zaza, a tiefling lawyer from Nebo, in his full suit, just like I've seen him before. The impressive horns going ahead of his head and twisting the wide-brimmed black fedora hat, the long curled hair, the goatee, the tanned skin, the confident look on his face, in his red eyes, the shirt, the silk cravat, the jacket, the suit of crimson and golden velvet. And I've just lit it. He flings a cigar into the air, snaps his fingers, calling it to immolate. How can I be of service?
What? You don't know yet? This is sort of disappointing, to be perfectly frank. Remember the last time around? Wait, first take a look around. Who are you missing? You should be missing 2 people. One of them is alright to be missing. The other one, not so much. Do you remember the tall human?
Ah, yes, the one with the attractive facial hair.
Yeah, that one.
Good style, that one. Good style.
Yeah, we, not with him, but with a common enemy, we got into a bit of a fight that was a bit too much to handle for both sides. And let's just say we assumed he was dead and took him with us. And now he has seemingly awoken and teleported away.
My, that is just mortifying.
Yeah, sure.
Still, the question stands. How can I be of service?
We want to find him. Now.
That's all. You want my assistance in finding his current location?
There's a second thing too, but that can wait until I've actually slept for more than 5 minutes. But for now, yes. What's the price for that? He shouldn't be far. He only left a couple of minutes ago. He can't have gotten far yet.
Well, that depends. Do you still have belongings of his?
Do we?
Well, I don't think you kept his backpack on his dead body. And we ignore it always, but all of you have your backpacks which you carry important shit in. You know, like rations and bedrolls.
I have a bag of holding, but yeah. Yeah, that one over there.
The mind.
Not at all.
He like
Don't
rustles
think there's
through
anything dangerous in there.
the backpack, finds a bedroll. Nah, this will do. So,
Quick question. You just got some hair or something from there?
I just have might.
We'll make it part of the contract for you to get rid of that and not keep it after you found him. All right?
Speaking about the contract,
Yeah, this
Yeah.
doesn't sound shady at all.
my, and who's this handsome devil? I don't believe we've been introduced.
No, I don't believe we have.
I am, tips his fedora, William del Zaza. At your service.
You can call me Zardos.
Well, Mr. Zardos?
I would like to quickly check if I see a hint of recognition in William's eyes.
Sure, go for it. Make an insight check.
It's my uncle.
Only a 15. No, just in case he recognizes the name. or
There's
something like
definitely like a look of curiosity, like, that's new, he's handsome, that's cool. But as far as you can tell,
that. No more. Okay.
yeah, no more. So, how about you tell me a little bit more about the circumstances under which your friend has been, well, perished?
Well, you see, I don't exactly understand the nature of whatever killed him, what kind of powers that entailed, really. So that's gonna be somewhat hard, but from what I could see, he was finished off by a bite to the neck, and somehow managed to awake despite seeming dead for many hours before that. Or not many. One, I think.
He kind of like takes a step back. Do you intend me to believe the part of your caliber, kind of like looks towards Traga, has managed to lose a man to mere vampire?
I don't think it's a minor one. But if you say that's a common MO.
Well, things seem to happen.
How about I do this for you almost pro bono? Give me a little bit more details. Tell me what the vampire was. How did you get in tussle with him? How he looked? And I'll find a friend. If you want my assistance with more things, like seeing what happened to him, if he can be helped, that will be a separate agreement. But for finding him, it's a task easy enough.
I just take a quick side glance at Zardos to see what he thinks about this.
And if you're okay with letting people like this into whatever's going on.
And quick point in there. He works for Asmodeus.
Hi.
Interesting.
Heard the name. Interesting.
I believe so. Yeah. Family's quite interested in stuff like that. So.
I see
you're
that
fine
you're a
with
man of culture as well.
Zardos, if you're fine with it, then go ahead. Mostly up to you. I didn't know of him until, a week ago?
Well, there's not much to... I'm not sure how to... Still trying to process the whole thing. I was not expecting giant bat dad kind of thing.
Bat dad.
Oh, yes.
That's one
So
hell
things
of a
happen.
definition.
It's been a weird day.
Fuck yeah, it has.
Well, I'm all ears.
Well, I guess the shortened version would be something along the lines of a tiefling with vampire-like powers transforming into a
Transform.
demon bat thing. Yes.
Yeah, it definitely didn't look human anymore. It had huge wings. He basically doubled or tripled in size. And we got into a scuffle with him on regards of him kidnapping Zardos, because he is also sort of Zardos's, like he said, pet dad, or rather just father.
Do you by any chance have means of providing me an image of said bat dad? These transformative powers you speak of are...
I'll quickly create. Where was
Yeah, I
it?
was about
not
to say.
that spell, I think.
Yeah, that one. A non-magical trinket or an illusory image that can fit in
Yep.
your hand.
Oh, okay.
Basically, I'll make a small image of him.
And I'll do
My
pre-transformation.
day. A what?
I'll do the same thing, but pre-transformation.
Oh, okay. Well, my friends, that's one hell of an enemy.
Yeah, he is.
Well, let's see about finding your friend. Shall we? He kind of like reaches into his pocket and takes out a handkerchief and like starts folding it into shape of a basically crane, like origami crane, and then he like takes that hair he has found on a bedroll, like inserts into the figure, like it's put in my hands. Now fly, my dear, and find a good friend of ours. As a crane commander whips its wings and flies off into the
Do we
darkness.
just follow it, or do we do something else? Do we wait? Or do we follow?
You do you, but I suggest we keep an eye on it, baby.
So follow, okay. Sure, let's pack it up.
Yeah. Does seem to like move in like erratic movements, not like it's beelining to a certain location, but rather like homing in on something.
Mm-hmm.
And like as you're walking a bit, William says, "Well, you weren't lying. You did not go far."
Good. Can you tell if he's moving or not?
Wait for it. Meanwhile, what is Leo's doing in his dome of solitude?
He's probably just cursing, fuck, this ground is cold, fuck! Should I take my backpack? And that's it. And just trying to get a rest. Like, sitting, leaning against the wall and just hoping not to freeze to death.
Okay. Well, in that case, after a little bit of time, you would hear like polite knocking on the dome of your tiny hut, which, like, you hear it because I assume you've had the lights off, and being human.
I don't have any, literally, I don't have any light with me. I didn't
Well,
take the drift globe.
I mean,
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
the
the
tiny
drift
hut has inner illumination? Didn't it? I don't remember.
Does
I don't remember. For some reason I thought it had. Maybe I'm wrong.
I have no idea.
Well, in any case, yeah, you hear a polite knocking.
Oh, you can make the inside be dimly lit or dark. Dimly lit, I
Yeah.
guess, if you want it.
I mean, you can like turn it on now, like if you intend to sleep. I assumed you didn't have it on. And you hear a voice carry through the hut, as the rest of you are standing outside of this dome, which is kind of like slightly mixing with the surroundings, as this has given it an appropriate coloration. You recognize what it is, except you don't see inside because you weren't allowed inside. And everyone goes, "Well, hello there."
Leos,
You just hear from the inside, ugh, fuck.
Leos, I'm sorry, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to stay separate at this time, so we had to call in an expert, since we couldn't contact you otherwise. Would you be so kind as to come out or let us in, or however this works? I think we all need to take a look at what happened to you. I'm not sure it's right here and now, but I think it has priority. Be that in Nebo or in Kreuzung.
Fine. I dispel the hut.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I dispel the hut.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Whew. That's very good. Very, very good. Why did you run?
So, are we leaving?
I don't think we're leaving now. I just wanted to find you again. Because I think it's unwise for us to be separate. If whatever he's done to you takes over, I'm sure we'll manage. And it's still better to watch out for each other than not.
I'm gonna cast Lehman's Tiny Hut again as a ritual. And while I do that, I asked, does the lawyer guy go into that as well? Is he now our friend?
I do have at least one more question for you, William, or rather probably two.
I'm all ears.
Well, first, you ever heard of any similar case? Know of any possible consequences that might arise?
Why, yes, I do.
And what will that information cost us?
Think I like looks over at Lewis.
Maybe including getting rid of it, if that is possible.
Well, let's have a look, shall we? He kind of like approaches Lewis. Do you mind if I like shows, like opening your neck?
Sure. Go ahead.
Like leans over, kind of like moves aside your shirt with his fingers. Ah, yes. Looks at you. Well, this is turning out to be quite an interesting case. I think that this is our first business deal, and I believe you're quite averse to making deals complicated. How about to make this a simple exchange of information? I'm going to tell you what you thought, I'm going to tell you what you did, and if you need to do something about him, and how to do it. In exchange, you share with me another piece of information.
Which one?
Well, I'd be rather curious to know what is going on over there. Like points eastward, towards the dark massive of forest on the horizon. There seems to be some curious movement inside. I'd like to know why, for what reason it's being done.
Interesting.
I know you're connected,
Yeah,
and I could find out on my own. But learning from you seems like a much better option.
Your patron have any particular interest in this forest?
How do I know? Tell me, and find out.
What do you think, Malora?
I mean, we could find out. What's the harm in checking it out?
No, I think
You already
means
know
what's-
what's going on in the forest.
Yeah.
The question is, are we telling him or not?
The blind forest and yeah.
I don't see a reason not to.
Okay.
I mean, maybe the more people that know what's going on, the more we can get the word out. Maybe he may help.
Ah, I call the people. I'm honestly flattered.
Well,
Well, it seems like we have an agreement.
Yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
have an
quickly
agreement.
write up short contract to make sure that none of us fool the others.
yeah, sure. Sounds good to me.
Well, before we go making deals, at least like to, I was gonna wait until we all had a nice rest before we had a conversation about what happened in the last few days. But I did notice that Triga was at one point also being controlled. How did you guys manage to deal with it?
All Melora. I don't know exactly how it works.
Magic.
So
Some
that could be done
cleansing
again?
Yes.
Some cleansing magic. Yeah, that can be done again.
Hmm.
I know she uses up diamond dust for it, but we have plenty of it left. How it works exactly.
Didn't you want to free your sister?
Yeah, that was kind of the thing I was going towards.
No, my, I have a sister too.
Yeah, whole family. Imagine that.
Well, if we keep working together, don't mind introducing me.
I think you're okay. I actually have another sister you might be interested in.
You
Lots of
have
fun.
two. Well,
Yeah.
I struck a lode, my friend.
Yeah, she's a
she's-
feisty one.
Yeah. Her name's Altari. You might like her.
I'm looking forward to working closer with you. As he is basically like, only like has a parchment in his hand and it's just like, actually like it's not writing on his knee. It's more like the parchment is floating mid-air and he's like moving his finger as the feather just goes over it very quickly.
I didn't come back with my sister because I was afraid of her, whatever commands she was given. So I had to. Afraid she might have kept me from getting to you guys sooner. And who knows what else she was told to do. So, yeah. Hopefully that can be taken care of soon.
Lucas, are you still, oh, more like not Lucas, you cannot do it, but is Leo still casting the tiny hat
Yeah.
as a ritual with William inside?
As a ritual, because I don't have any spells left.
With William inside.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. So yeah, by the time you're finished casting your spell and the dome springs into existence once again, William seemingly has finished writing up his contract, which he kind of like takes, holds, like, looks through it quickly, takes it, tears it in half, as it copies itself basically, and he passes on one of them to you.
I'll take it.
Well, give it a read. It's pretty simple thing. It's like about this long. So as you can see, the left and the right side are written in different languages. The left one is common. The right one you do not recognize, but it's looking pretty unpleasant. The general gist of the contract is make me an intelligence check. And if anybody is wanting to read it as well, you're welcome.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
You read Infernal, right?
Yeah, I want to look at it
Yeah.
and
Is that an intelligence check?
just pure intelligence.
Shit,
I
sorry,
can't roll
hit the
higher
wrong
than Melora.
Well,
I think it should be -5 on that one. I
wait,
think
druids
it's-
have intelligence saving throws?
They have proficiency in
I didn't know
save.
that. So that's 13
Yeah.
plus 3, that's 16 for Melora, 4 for Leos, 19 for Zardos. For some reason, your thing is rolling a disadvantage.
Yeah, I forgot it was.
Okay, so, Aradis, that's a lot of long words. You figure you might figure it out if you have like a knight with it, but not like this. You're like, man, oh my god. Leos, you're like, you should know this, but it's just like the words are doubling in front of your eyes. You definitely feel dizzy and like you've lost a lot of blood. Melora and Zardos, and especially Zardos, because you easily recognize the second half of the contract, it is indeed infernal. And as far as you can tell, the both sides are so far pretty much stating the same thing. Slightly different language because Infernal doesn't properly translate into Common, but pretty much the same meaning. And the general meaning of the general meaning of the contract is basically like the side of the Huron's talents in represented by the list of your names hereafter being called as employer, and the other side represented by William Davis Zaza, henceforth named as employee, blah 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 blah. Exchange of information, where the side of employer requires to present accurate and to the extent of their knowledge information about the current events and reasons for such events in the Blind Forest pertaining to the avatar of the Great Oak and the hallowing of the land around it, whereafter employee will, to the extent of his knowledge, share information upon the ailment and accident that has occurred to Leos and means of dealing with said ailment / accident. Then the last, that's basically like the one paragraph that actually pertains to what you are talking about right now, because the last couple paragraphs of the contract are basically like lawyer language, where it's like this contract is acting from the moment of assignment and until it has been completed in full by both sides. The contract is made in two languages, Common and Infernal. In case of differences of reading, Common takes precedence, and any addendums or additions to the contract must be signed and created by both parties. Anything that cannot be written at the moment of signing on this contract without anything that cannot be anything that cannot be read on this contract by an average human without assistance of magic or magical devices is considered null and void, which is basically like if I write something in really, really small letters, or in invisible letters, or in magical letters, it doesn't count. So as far as you can tell, it's pretty to the point, pretty simple, and actually looks pretty honest. Pretty good job as well.
Laura, yes or no? Lardos?
It seems pretty straightforward. You sure you're actually interested in signing a contract for this?
I am. I have one more to sign after this too, so I'll just go right ahead. Do you have something to write with, William?
Yes, of course. Kind of like pokes the feather towards you.
Yeah, I'll put my name down under it.
As you like hold the feather, you feel a slight prickle, and the whatever is writing down is basically in red ink.
Mm-hmm.
And you sign both copies, and then William takes the feather and signs the same. You see the same red. Well, actually, no, you don't see red. You see black.
I have light.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean...
On his side?
Yeah, on his side it's...
okay.
It does have like hints of red in it, but it's like hyper dark red or something. So it's definitely not the same blood that flows in your veins.
Now,
okay.
I'll start.
Just one moment, since we do have a little bit of time. Do you mind if I kind of like reaches inside and opens like a metal case that contains a couple more cigars inside? Do you mind if I light it? Anybody fancies one?
Yeah, give me one.
He kind of like just opens it in front of you if you want to take one.
Yeah, I'll take one.
I heard about a neighbor. Now they say they are imported from southern lands, made on the thighs of southern beauties. That's all a lie. They're made by 2 middle-aged men in a warehouse in the docks. They know their stuff, so I'm not gonna sue them. And he kind of like snaps his fingers, which are like kind of like light up, and he lights up his own cigar, kind of like pulls it open, like offers his fingers to Julius if you require.
Yeah.
Lights up your cigar. Let's begin with your story.
So, what's currently going on in the Blind Forest, the movement you are seeing there is an effort to try and revive as much of the forest as possible. And it's basically what we recommended to the leaders of Evereska, Kreuzung, the leader of the White Tower, and to almost anyone with some significance that we have contact to. And yeah, it's mostly an effort to not let the god that resides in there die.
And why? Such
I mean-
efforts are required.
Because I feel like I'm stating something you should be knowing here. Because the Mother of Dragons is trying to come back from the plane she was locked in.
Mother of Dragons.
Yeah, 300 years ago, big war. Chromatics versus metallics.
Let me stop you here for a moment. Please do not assume that I acquire any of this information. The contract says that you need to share me in full everything that you know. Whether I know it or not is of no matter. Please, be sure to share everything you know. Otherwise, no, the contract kicks in.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't really hurt. But you are aware of that war. Anyway, it's not like we know much more than that she was locked up there. And basically, the dying god in the forest is the guardian of her way back. He dies, she comes back through, and who knows what goes wrong on this plane of existence.
So what you mean to say, there the seal of God is under danger, and the hellowing of the land is an intent to revivify the God and reinforce the seal.
Correct.
And that is why the elves came.
Yes. I'm fairly certain this is in your interest too. This dragon comes through here. It's gonna wipe out a lot of souls that could buy into shitty contracts first.
Well, we'll have to see.
Yeah. Just saying. Probably not a wise move to fuck with that. Also because it'll definitely put us on your tail too. If you two decide to go down that road. Or your employer does.
Well, that would be my threat. If it was a real one.
Well, it's not really a threat, it's just an honest statement. Whoever fucks with the dying god and what it's protecting, this plane.
You know
That's
that
who
we
we go
have
after.
killed 2 dragons, right?
Difference between dragons and devils. Dragons can be killed. Devils, we have really good health insurance.
Well,
Mm.
I'm pretty sure we could come down and kick some asses.
Come down by all means. I'll show you my main office.
Yeah, we don't need to get into any pissing contests here.
No.
I'm just putting it out there. That's all.
And I will get in line after everybody else you want to kill.
Not that many people there, actually. Short line.
Do you, by any chance, can offer a shortcut to killing Ceruleus?
That's different. We've talked about that price last time.
The answer is yes, can. However, it seems that the prices I'm asking for are not the price you're willing to pay. At least not the last time, not from that young
What
man.
was that price again? Please remind me.
A little bit of your time.
How much?
30 seconds will do.
30 seconds.
Aye. 30 seconds.
In this plane.
So, I give you 30 seconds of my lifetime.
Not 30 seconds of your lifetime. 30 seconds of your time.
I don't get it. What's the difference?
Well, you have to educate yourself.
The last time he was asking to undertake a trip to one of the 9 hells to slay a certain whatever that was, sounded like some lord.
Oh.
That was an alternative.
Yeah.
A trip and the 30 seconds of your time are different payments that are right about equal in time. Speaking of which, would you know that contract we had for you to remove a certain piece of item? It's off the rails, it's been completed. It is currently in possession of somebody else.
What is...
I almost...
What are we talking about here?
I almost died today. I really can't recall either. I don't know.
William, what are you talking about? Please.
Well, last time I talked to this young man, he asked if there were means of payment. One of the means was to travel into the house and kill a certain individual that possesses a certain item, to retrieve that item and give it to my hands. What I'm saying is that said individual has been killed, and the item has been relocated.
Oh, great.
Oh, so the 30 seconds of our time meant that we spent this 30 seconds to do something for you.
It is
I
just
think
30
it's-
seconds of your time. Whatever we
I
do
think
with
it's
those
a-
30 seconds, it's up to
Yeah,
us.
That's the joke. He takes complete control for 30 seconds and you can't do shit about it.
That's
whenever
one way
he
to
feels-
explain it.
Most like it.
Well done that. Let's see what I do about my part of this contract. So, thing called vampire, a bloodsucker. It's kind of an undead, so cannot say that me or my speeders really like him. Pretty powerful thing though. Ancient too. Problem in your case is what you thought was not a normal vampire. See, they have bloodlines. Each bloodline is known for various things. I imagine some of you must have heard stories, rumors, hints about nobles that turn into bats and fly into young women's windows to drink upon their blood. Stuck up, arrogant, wannabe nobles. Well, some of them are true, some of them are not, but these ones are most common bloodline. One that humans usually know about or hear about. And that's also the one that has been around for the last couple of millennia. What you describe and what you show me, this is not a bloodline whatsoever. The thing you showed me is Gore, rather, as Gore Ghoul King. That's a whole order of magnitude above the ordinary vampire. What it means is that whatever made your bad dad into dead bad was a really, really powerful thing. Only a true bloodline, an ancient vampire, is capable of awakening the street god line. So congratulations, your father is quite an important man now.
Well, he's always thought himself so. I'm not sure.
When I know about your god, and believe me, haven't seen one for a couple thousand years, they are quite happy about the more beastly and animalistic way of fighting. Form you explained that Form 1 gives them incredible strength and regenerative powers. Don't forget, like any other vampire, it still possesses powerful casting abilities. Well, I imagine you must have seen it in your own eyes. But better though is bite. That one works similar to any other vampire, with the difference of what it turns its thralls into. Friend here has been beaten, that is true. Problem is, he has not been killed by the bite.
He looked very dead.
I'm glad to believe you. But if he was killed by the bite, he would not be standing here.
So you're saying he didn't die at all?
That is a possibility. In any case, there is yet another step must be undertaken in order for man to be turned into a troll. Must be killed with a bite and buried into the ground. A day later, a troll comes out of the ground, completely under control of its master. Only way to unmake it is to kill its master. If your friend here has no desire to suck any of your blood or go and find and lick the boots of its master, it is safe to say that he is human, at least for now.
I look
How
at
you feeling there, Leos?
I don't know what to say.
Feeling all right there? Any urgent?
Well, I feel, I don't know. I don't feel like sucking any one of your blood.
Well, there you have it. Your friend is most fine. Requires some sleep, some rest, and a whole lot of liver.
Well, these are some excellently pleasant news.
And it does seem that I have completed my part of the contract, judging by the fact that it is starting to disintegrate as the contract starts to disintegrate.
Excellent.
It's a pleasure doing business with you.
We're not done yet, I think. I'm sorry. Or rather, I'm not. I'm sure you actually don't dislike this part. I'm looking for a certain way to handle magic. I'll give you a quick introduction of what I mean. The way it works for me is I think of concepts that I think would be very useful. And if they feel useful and I like them and I sort of have an idea of how it might work, then that's all it's required. But it's not really easy to think of a lot of them at the same time. What I'm looking for is a concept flexible enough to bend to the individual situation.
You want spell that can't do anything.
I'm not sure if it's a spell or if it's a way of thinking or what it is exactly. But something like it. Knowledge of how to go about it. I don't need you to grant me anything. I'm looking for information on how to acquire this.
Well, thing is, magic is built to be in a certain way, because if you don't build it in a certain way, it doesn't really work. Not with the way you operate. If you want to fling a ball of fire, you need enough power to make a ball of fire. If you want to make a wall of water, you need enough power to make a wall of water. If you want, well, plant the seeds and hope that one day could grow an oak and another day could grow a pine. That's a pretty interesting seed you need. And
yes,
what I'm saying is, I know very little mortals that have the ability to grow such a seed. You can have that, is not a problem. Making it grow, well, that's a whole another story.
that'll be my problem, right?
Perhaps it will. Well, in any case, the thing that kind of do the thing known as, well, quite a few of them, as a matter of fact, higher elementals must have heard the stories of genies and similar things. The genies are the ones who live in the air, the plane of air, have the counterparts, Ifriti for the fire, Marid for the water, and Dao for the earth. Well, the kings of said elementals, they have the power you seek, but they do not grant it easily.
But that is where to look for.
Those are the only creatures that are willing to share such power, in exchange for certain services rendered, of course. Might seek for magician wizards of incredible caliber and see if they have such power, but I don't believe any have been born since, no, dragons left.
Well, still leaves one shitty option open.
Admittedly, good God, look for the dragons. Apparently one is coming.
No thanks. That one sounds like shit.
To ask the question,
Yeah. In all honesty, this was so much cheaper than I thought it would be.
well, wait until you see the price and you ask for this question. And the price is, creatures in his pocket takes out another like metal container, opens it in half, and takes out like half a dozen of those rectangular paper pieces he has given to you previously. Why don't you spread these around? I'm looking for clients. Spread the name. Share how enjoyable this was for you. Marketing is important. You can even keep one for yourself.
Oh, I'm definitely keeping one for myself. I sort of plucked them down into the bag of holding. Though I'm not sure I honestly know. Okay, maybe I do know one person who would like this, but just one.
Oh, just so that you don't understand me. It's completely fine if you refer them to my official employment. It pays very good money, and it is hard to find a good lawyer.
Okay. If that's okay, if that is okay as well, then sure, one might recommend you there. Though I'm also not sure I know anyone that really needs a lawyer, but I'll stay on the lookout.
Well, just a couple more years till the friends getting married. Then they'll need a really good lawyer.
Fair enough. That's all for me. If you don't have any other things you'd like to offer, I think we're done for today.
I'm just imagining like half a year later, whatever, the big bad guy comes out and like, oh, I'm gonna destroy the world and kill everybody, and then suddenly, poof of fire, objection!
The thing is, if you do sell 30 seconds of your time, you can never make him against any devil, because that's when they fucking turn up to fuck your ass. So I presume he leaves, or?
I mean, he's like looking at you, waiting, like somebody say, yeah, we need your help, William, very much, we love you so much, please help us. But if nobody says that, then yeah, I guess he'll leave.
Okay.
Well, it's been a real pleasure. And I hope next time we meet Mr. Zardos, do introduce me to your sisters. Like, offers to shake your hand.
Well, at least one of them will see.
Do you shake his hand?
Sure.
That's not a legally binding contract. Yeah.
Okay. I'll introduce you to Altari one day. No problem.
No, I think that there's a promise from one devil to another.
Well, I mean, if she's still around, she's a little busy sometimes. We'll see what happens.
I'm just like a few months later, like you're killing for time. You're like a sword through her. Hey, Aris, summon William. I want to introduce him to my sister. And then William comes. Well, what can I say? That is fine too.
Yeah, no idea what he's into.
Okay, moving on. This is actually a really cool premise for like a 5 years later campaign where Waltari has become a devil and a girlfriend of William, and they came back to haunt Zardos.
That sounds more like a shitty TV show than anything else.
Yeah. It's a terrible sitcom.
If it was a Japanese show, it would be like something like living with my sister and her devil lawyer boyfriend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, moving on. Yeah, William leaves, and you are left to your own devices inside of this tiny hut.
Well, I guess we got lucky. Kairos was trying to keep you alive to turn you into something else later.
Well,
Lucky.
last time I talked to him before he left to go after you guys, he did mention wanting to keep you guys alive, at least for now, and to take back with me.
So basically, All we did was waste an opportunity here, right? We're still almost where we started out. Only we know what your father is, and I'm not going after him when we're only 4 the next time. You get kidnapped again? I think you're on your own, Zardos. Gonna be honest. That guy
I don't
was
think-
fucking scary.
Yeah. At this point, I don't think I have to worry. As far as I know, I don't have to worry about him controlling me again. But I'm not sure.
How
We'll see.
come, actually? How did you break it?
Well,
Did you break it?
yes. Actually, I managed to find help in that area. I had a
Your sister?
By the way, why do you look like you've been training all day? You look like pumped
He
up.
actually does not look pumped up at all.
No, he doesn't. Okay.
No, he doesn't.
had my own little montage.
Your sister
Lots
helped
of-
you?
Not so much with the breaking of control, but I had. All right, well, I'll pull out my sword again. Apparently, this little beauty is very good at. Well, it helped. My sword helped me break the control.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
How?
Probably some magic like Melara used.
I'm not really sure how. Just that the sword itself is, I guess you could say, intelligent, and very much wants to help out.
Oh,
Not a fan of my father.
Make a charisma saving throw, Zardos.
Sweet.
Oh god.
Okay.
Nice roll.
Moving on.
She doesn't like me talking about her.
I mean, nothing happened. What are you talking about?
Yeah, just thinking out loud, or thinking to myself.
like she talks to you? Or it talks to you?
Not constantly. Just had a quick conversation. Offered to help break the control, and that was it.
Okay. Oh, I'm not even sure I want to know anymore.
Well, we've
Like I
heard
said-
stranger things.
Like I said,
We
it's
have-
been a weird day.
Well, what are we doing after this night, though? You think your father is staying on this side?
Not really sure. The way he left, maybe he already left the plane, or I'm not sure. If possible, I would like to go back and check out the area, just to see if maybe there's some clues as to where. Maybe, so I believe Leos may have relayed the message to you. It is kind of important to stop whatever Ceruleus is setting up for my father.
Well, the mark is something they've been trying to spread for the last half year and more, and we've stopped them on quite a few different fronts there. I'm not sure they're going to be trying anytime soon.
From what I heard of the conversation with Ceruleus, the ones you did stop were there were a number of others that were going up elsewhere.
Yeah, probably always like that. But yeah, we can check it out tomorrow in the morning. I think it doesn't hurt
Well, it will hurt
if
Paris
he's
is
still there. Yeah, I really hope he isn't.
Me
But
too.
if he is, I think we're gonna try, right? I mean, we'll be 5 from the start.
Are you seriously going to try that one again? Are you all out of your fucking mind? This is the second time that I almost died. I've had enough of this shit. Can't we just take a piece of cake that we can actually chew and swallow instead of just running towards any crazy shit?
What is that? What is a piece of cake we can chew and swallow?
I don't know, some bandits on the street. Something realistic.
You ever heard the saying, the ships are safe in a harbor, but that's not what they're made for?
You ever heard the saying of, I don't give a shit about any fucking saying. This is crazy shit. I'm done with this. I don't want to run into the next death.
Well, we'll say if
Not like this. We don't have any allies that actually are interested in fighting on our side. What does Lady Khazar do except for bitching around, oh, I've done already so much for you, without actually really doing anything for us? Rubius is sitting in a tower. We have nothing. We're 5 people. He tried to get his sister to find an actual ally, and there's no fucking sister here.
she might still be around. I'm not sure.
She won't fucking be around. Are you honestly thinking that your father would, after this fight, would keep her anywhere near we might find her? Because if we actually had your sister, we would maybe have had a fighting chance. But we do not have her. We do not have anyone else. We have one god that is already dying, that is helping Trego. How long will that one last? Because wait, there's a fucking mother of dragon trying to get here. We're just trying to find enemies over enemies. Instead, we should try to find friends that can actually help us, so we don't run into situations where we're overburdened with what's ahead of us. This is stupid.
He brings up a good point.
And wait, anytime we try to find someone who is actually willing to help us, they say, oh no, I have to stay here in my forest of elves because we do not leave our home.
It's the problem with getting help from isolationists.
Fact of the matter is most people have their own interests, and we have a very particular set of interests here. I don't mind not having anyone else. For the most part, those people are unreliable in the first place. They don't have what it takes.
Do you know what my job was before I got into this? My job was to find out where the evil guy is, and then just bring that information to someone who deals with it. I'm not supposed to be the one who deals with that shit. I'm not qualified to take on a fucking dragon or to take on vampire god, whatever that one was.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you passed the dragon test already. And we did all survive. Even when we weren't at full strength, we survived him.
The problem still remains. As we do this, yeah, we may get stronger. But our enemies are probably also getting stronger. And the more time we waste, the less of a chance we're probably going to have to stand against. We do need allies. I agree with that. The more people we have to help us, the better.
Listen, I'm open to suggestions. If you have any particular people you think might be so useful here, I'm more than happy to listen, but I don't see any of that in...
Here's the crazy thing. We will not find people. Because when we talk about dragons, we have a king that says, oh, don't talk about dragons. We don't want a mass panic. And
Yeah.
if we actually do talk about them, what are the chances that anyone really believes this? And Artist does have a point in there are no people that we know of that can actually help us.
Well, if you can't talk about dragons, perhaps the information of this mark and mass sacrifice of Aldana is something that could be a little more openly talked about. And people just... large portion of the population just being wiped out might light a fire into people's butts to get them moving, to help out a little more.
And how do we prove that to them?
Not sure about proving, but pretty sure you guys have a good reputation with the king, and some know Ceruleus, and or at least of him. At least getting the information to the right people, showing some signs that you've stopped some of these marks, maybe. Or again, stopping Ceruleus himself and then being able to backtrack to where he's planted these marks. To have other people go take care.
Trying to stop Ceruleus is what caused us to lose most of our party. Honestly, it feels hopeless. We're going around in circles. We're being pulled. Stop Ceruleus. Stop the dragon. Stop this. Stop that. It's overwhelming. We don't know where to go.
And the one who's actually would theoretically be able to help us, Lady Curzar, she keeps her cards so close to her chest that we don't even know if they are actually cards or just a big pile of bullshit.
I think we should...
Why are we doing this? Who are we saving? Maybe this world should burn. Maybe it should go down because it's fucked up. You demand people to do good, Arliss, but no one does it.
I'm not
There
saying
are
it's
good
a bright
people.
world. I'm saying it needs to be done anyway. Well, it's shitty. So someone's gotta take the shit and shovel it.
Why don't we just take a ship far down south, somewhere far, far away, and just spend a few good days, weeks, months, or years, whatever time we have left, and just enjoy life for once. I don't remember when I enjoyed my life, and I'm sure not doing it right now.
It's not about enjoying life. And if you feel that way, not like this group is mandatory. I'm here because I think something needs to be done. I don't give a fuck about how shit everything around us is. We're fated to do this. No one else is.
We're not fated to do this.
I am.
Okay. You think that? You think that?
It is a choice for most of us to be here. I joined because I wanted to try and help those that can't help themselves. There are good people in this world. I can guarantee you of that.
Milord,
They can't fight or defend themselves.
you have been a fucking goddess. Or at least there's information that suggests that. Is there any chance you just might become that goddess once again and just strike them down with some divine lightning and we can be done with this shit? Is there any way we can progress that?
I don't know. The only thing I know is to try and help the tree. Relethane. That's all I know.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but technically there was one last hint about how to do that, one you got from Salan when he was resurrecting all of you, his last prophecy. And
Oh,
the
yeah,
dream
the
you had
altar
after
thing.
that, yeah, that was the last hint you had towards your powers. Not like you know what it is or where it is, but that was the last hint you had.
So, if we don't find allies, how about we make ourselves stronger first in any way possible? If we, the chances are pretty slim that we actually find someone who's willing to put his life on the line like we do. So now why try to make ourselves as strong as possible? If we need to go down that road, if we decide that we do it because no one else is willing to do this, or we believe we're fated to do this.
I'm not taking a break.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to find any means possible to take them down.
More or less training to make ourselves stronger, so we stand a chance against these other enemies that we face.
I don't think that's a thing. I think we spend time there. The mark is gonna be spread. I don't. It's shitty. It's unfortunate. And there's no other way to put it.
What's
But
your
I
plan?
don't. For tomorrow, we check out what he left behind. I don't care if he's still there or not. I'm willing to risk it. I'll always be. If not, one last thread to pull at. Fristwindor. 1 second, my cat is being an ass.
You meant to say she's being more of an ass than usual!
Yes, that is what I meant to say. Hops. I think there's only one way, and that's forward. I don't think... I consider training taking a break from the realities that are at work here. And very possible I'm wrong. But I think the alternative, if training is taking a break while they don't rest, is true, then it's not worth the risk of betting on training for me.
There was a little training with that fake dragon we had fun with recently.
I disagree, that was just a pile of garbage. But it's relevant. Today, for the first time in forever, I felt some modicum of control over whatever shit's inside me. And for me, that only means it's heading the right direction. Something I haven't been able to control for my entire life. Suddenly I was able to steer it, give it direction. As far as I'm considered, face first into danger is fine.
Stand here without nothing. We have not gained anything.
Haven't lost anything.
You have
really.
gained something for yourself, and that's good. But in the end, we're still exactly at the same fucking point, except for that Kairos now has a better inkling how fucking strong we are. And you can be damn sure that he will not do the fucking same thing twice as he did the last time.
That's definitely guaranteed, yeah.
He
We also
will
lost-
approach us with a fucking army. And I don't think that we should be chasing him.
I'm not planning on chasing him. I
Then
consider
what's the
I'm
fucking plan? I mean, except for just looking through that town where he stay, where he will not have left any fucking clues behind, and then we're just back exactly at the same starting point we have been every time we have attempted anything. It's just like a pendulum. It always comes back to the same fucking point, and nothing happens.
I agree. But what else are you gonna do but keep on trying? You stop, it's basically like surrendering. And even if it's shit, 99% of the time, it's still better than lying in a pitch, dead.
Lying
No,
in the
please
ditch,
interrupt.
that is exactly where we're heading. Or better, we will be Kyros's puppets, and suddenly our bodies will be on the other side of this whole battle of good versus evil. Whatever it's supposed to be.
The truth of the matter is, yes, Arliss, you gained something, but we almost lost you, and we almost lost Leos. We were barely hanging on. The only reason we made it out of that fight was because Zardos's father. Wait, it's Zard. Okay,
Yep.
sorry, I was getting names confused. The only reason we made it out of that fight was because he decided to leave and spare us, more or less. If he would have even tried to do anything else, we wouldn't be.
I
I
disagree.
seriously, I don't think so, Arliss.
I
You
think he was
were,
scared.
we were barely holding on.
We were barely holding on, but he was scared. He wasn't too far off either, I don't think.
Do you know what I've learned over my years as a spy? If you do not defeat someone in your first try, they will always come out stronger.
Well,
What we have just given him was the opportunity to grow and become stronger and smarter and find a plan on how to defeat us. Before, we have been a wild card that he misjudged. That's the basic thing why we might have almost defeated him, if that was even possible for us. Because he misjudged us, and he will not do the same. Neither will Ceruleus. We're chasing two people that are highly intelligent, highly powerful, one way or the other, and they know too much about us.
you know, you can say the exact same things about our enemies as well. Can be said about us as well. It works the same way. Yes, they've seen us fight. We've seen them fight, though, as well. We learn from this opportunity too and grow from it. It's not a one-sided
The
story.
difference is Ceruleus and Kyrus have allies that actually listen to them. Do you think we can go to Lady Kurzar and say, oh yeah, the next time we're gonna need you, come with us to kick their asses? She's not gonna come with us. She's just gonna say, no, I have other things I have to defeat. Other evils lurk on this earth, and I must defeat them. Or some other bullshit like that. She doesn't sound like that. It's just other shit. They will just find things. Yeah, we cannot leave home. We have to defend our home. That would be the elves. And the king says, I don't want a mass panic. And Kyrus just says, we march towards them, and they will fucking march. If they had just been one of those fucking hell dogs, we could have all been dead. There's just so little effort that he would have had required to take us down, if Zardos would have been there or not.
The other thing we also have to worry about now is these marks. Yeah, we'll stop them from one, but who's to say he doesn't have multiple people to put 5 other ones up while we're taking down? If we can at least get allies in other cities or other areas, maybe there's people there that can fight back and can stop. That can help. We can't be everywhere at once.
What about dwarves?
Dwarfs?
Dwarves, yeah, the one living in the mountain range. Is there any chance we might find any allies there?
I mean, we'll find allies, you know? Just the way we always have so far. I don't think...
anyone around us. And if
Yes.
they're not around us, they're not worth anything. Because
That is
we're
entirely
actually the
true.
only ones that are walking towards the danger, and anyone else is just cowering in their towers, in their palaces, in their fortresses, pretending they're guarding anything that will just eventually burn anyway if you don't march towards what you're actually afraid of.
Well, sooner or later, they're going to have to get off their asses and do something. You can only keep up the pretense for so long.
The sooner or later is correct. At some point they have to. But at that point it will be already too late. You have seen how much your father has grown over the time you haven't spent with him, right?
Yep.
I have not seen that once in my entire life with anyone else, that they have grown in such little time so massively. And if he is able to force that growth onto other beings, we're fucked.
Well, if this mark is completed, then that growth will be, say, 100-fold will be underselling it. It's going to be far worse.
I mean, I really don't want to sound like an asshole here, but everything you're saying right now, I always thought that was exactly the point of why we were moving in the first place. Because no one else is gonna do it, and everyone else is gonna be sitting protecting what they think is worth protecting. That's the main reason I'm doing this in the first place. No one else is gonna do this. Well, shit.
And
So do
what good
something.
have we really done since then? We got like 200 people killed just because we had one guy who couldn't hold his feet still. Just because we challenged Ceruleus. 200 people died in the blink of an eye on the boat. Two of us died on that boat. What do you think will happen the next time that we actually face him? How many
I don't know what we stopped by stopping the Marque Nebo. How many people might have died instead of those 200? No idea. Maybe those 200 didn't have to die. I just know that over the time, be it Ironforge or the dragons we've killed, I think we've indirectly saved lives.
All I know for sure is that if we don't stop these markings, then thousands of people will definitely die for sure. So I'm going to keep trying. I know you guys have been at this a lot longer than I have. But
Just for reference, there are about 2 million people living in Aldana.
yeah.
No, just because I don't think I ever mentioned to you out of character how much people in general live in Aldana. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, thousands, millions, however. I mean, if you're fine with all those people just dying because you wanted to walk away, it's fine. I mean, it's always going to get harder, but before it gets easier. But for all you know, we're right there at the point where we stop them and you walk away now and it's over. But it's an individual call for everyone. It's no judgment if you decide this isn't for you. That's fine. But I would at least like to keep trying. Not a fan of having that many dead people on my conscience. For however long that may last.
Lady Kazar said something about a draconic artifact that consists of 5 pieces.
Alright.
The heart of the flame.
By the way, sorry about interrupting again. Has anyone been bothering to check the paper?
Oh, the message.
No, I
No.
don't have it on me.
No, it's in the bag of holding. I'm definitely not checking it.
I don't even know that they have written her.
Keep going.
Mm.
So are you suggesting that we look for this? I mean, yeah. Would be a thing to do aside from chasing.
You know what? Yes and no. Yes, because it would make us stronger, but in the end, I'm always falling back onto the thought: what are we doing with it once we have it? Where are we going with this? If we don't know anything about Kyrus's location, you haven't gotten your sister, who might have had additional information on her father, where his hometown is located. We don't know how to reach him. We don't know how to reach Ceruleus. We don't know where he is, how he's guarding himself.
Now they're going to a meeting somewhere. No idea where.
Are they going to meet now at the same
You think
place?
that's still taking place?
Very well could be. I mean, Ceruleus did want my father to take a quick pit stop to kill you guys. Aside from that, as far as I know, the meeting's still happening.
I think that's somewhere around C.
Around that's just a very... That's nothing. That's
Yeah,
just
that's all we'll ever have. That's fine.
Maybe for you that's fine, not for me. If we just go there, do you really think that we're just going to stumble over just a hole in the ground where Ceruleus is just having a tea party with Kyrus?
Oh, that would be...
That's not
Yeah.
going to happen.
That would be really
Yeah, big
unpleasant.
bright sign. Meeting here.
No, that is not what I'm suggesting. I think from the way this mark has been spreading, they're always going to be trying to place it in places where there are a lot of people. So the big cities that are left over in Aldana are mostly Zee, Ackerland, and Tar, which is partially, or which is somewhat independent, I think. So the Kairos was traveling towards Zee. Zee probably has some activity there, and that could always be connected back sometimes.
Or he changed directions and started going not to sea, but somewhere else, didn't he? Wherever direction we were heading.
That was west of here, but I'm not sure if he was heading there because he found his son, or because that's where the meeting was. No idea.
I don't think he would change directions just for me, just to go somewhere else. Pretty sure this was the direction he was heading in anyway.
Well, in that case, I mean, I get it. All options are shit. But I don't see if you can actually... Do you have any option that isn't shit?
No, that's actually my whole point. We don't have any solid option. We do not have anything.
Yeah,
And
but
if you do not have anything, sometimes it's better to wait and use that time to train yourself. And we do have, I would rather spend my time finding out more how we can juice up Melora and her powers and make her a goddess again. Or find anything that grants us additional power. At this point, I would be willing to sell my soul just to get enough power to just kick their asses. Just so I can be done with this fucking shit show.
I'll grab into the bag and pull out a card. That is always on the table if you're actually being serious, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I grab the card. You got light?
How about if you still feel the impulse in the morning, we can do it.
Fine.
I think it's best to not make a decision while still pissed off and half dead. Maybe a night of sleep wouldn't be that bad. We can talk some more in circles in the morning too.
Yes, I'm fine with that. The rest might help out.
Yeah. I'll take a last watch or something. Good night.
I will not take a
Oh.
fucking watch.
By the way, your stuff, and I'll just grab into the bag of holding, and I assume I packed his stuff into there and just give him everything back.
Thank you.
Including whatever, the thing from Khazar.
I don't think Leos would take a look at it right now.
In that case, we're going to bed, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to go to sleep.
Right. So, Alice did agree to take the last watch.
Yeah.
And Traeger will take whatever watch you make him take because he's not here. So his own fault. So what about Melora and Zardos? Do you want to take any watch?
Should I continue my watch? Because this all happened during
mean-
her watch.
To be fair, yeah, like you've had, you've already like rested for like an hour and almost 2 hours, I believe you rested. And
Yeah, because I had the first watch, then Melora happened before.
And technically, all of this that happened does not break a long rest because you haven't been talking around for like long enough. You can't continue your long rest, so you need like 3 more people, 6 more hours.
We have plenty of people. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can finish up my watch, and then we can go into the.
So Melora, Trego, and then me, and then we're basically through.
Like if Zardos wants to help somebody, that's an option.
Yeah, we'll take another
I mean,
watch.
admittedly, you did take the first watch, so you actually cannot help because you have already. You're the only one who haven't slept this night yet. Well, technically, Leos didn't sleep either, but you know, he was dead anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Unconscious.
Okie dokie. Yeah, in that case, I guess Akerby goes to sleep, and I assume falls asleep pretty fast, despite all the worrying and everything else. But like, well, I guess literally fall asleep. This is a case of one of those things. Melora, however, I do need you to make a perception check with disadvantage. Okay, I don't know why I bothered asking. Yeah. So, let me. You're somewhere around there. Okay. Yeah. The night is cold. At least outside of the dome, quiet. And pretty depressing. The moon is very close to being a new moon, so there's not much light coming during the night, and whatever there is quite often covered by clouds, as is common for the winter. On the bright side, you see no travelers in this night, nobody passing by on a coach or a horse. It seems that no sane person is willing to be in the middle of the road, this far away from the major roads in the middle of the night. And that also means that no Kairos comes to kill you at night, which is good news.
Great news.
You wake up Traeger, and he takes his watch as soon as I open up his character sheet. Let's see. Perception. Come on, I'm gonna roll it. Why are you... Okay, sure, whatever. Yeah. Traeger spends his watch doing things that nobody knows about.
He's thinking very hard on what.
If anybody woke up, they would see him being like deeply in thought, like this. No, but somehow he does wake up Aris. He does wake up Aris. So Aris, if you wouldn't mind, taking the last watch, and let's see. Still disadvantage because it's still, yeah, it's still gonna be dark. Okay, that's that. Yeah, it's quiet, eerily quiet. Eerily quiet. You just can hear.
And then we wake up. Okay, no.
The only thing you can hear is very, very distant sound of the Dungeon Master's plot tearing apart. That's all you can hear. And then you'll wake up.
Excellent. Excuse me while I take 2 minutes to put everything back up to full.
Oh yeah, and I don't remember who. I think it was only Traeger who suffered from it. But basically, if you lost any maximum hit points, it all goes back to normal after the long rest. I'm not gonna touch his character sheet. He's gonna do it when he comes. If he comes.
In the morning, I will feel my jaw if I've gotten any vampire teeth.
Make me a medicine check.
I would like to inspire myself because I can actually do that now.
Okay. How do you inspire yourself?
Come on, boy, you can check better. Come on, do it. Like, feel the corners. It might just be the start of a change.
Go for it.
Go for it. Fuck.
Okay. Yeah. Your fingers are a little bit numb after the first couple hours. You're pretty sure they're about as long as they were 2 days ago. You are thirsty, but you feel like you wouldn't mind drinking some water. Wine would be better, but water will do.
I offer my canter to him.
I drink. Do you think Lady Khazar knows how strong Kairos is?
By the way, I wrote her a message last night about you being dead.
I take out the paper.
So yeah, the last thing you see, basically, Kairos almost killed all of us. Leos is dead. Then a bit below, in female script, do you need help? And a bit below, in the same script, that was not a fun joke.
Oh shit. Oh god.
That was Do I have any words left?
Yeah, like 30, I'm gonna say, about 30. Let's go with 30. I'm not sure. Let's go with 30.
Okay. I will write. Have you known how strong Kairos is? 7 words.
Let's see. Actually, let me write down the time so that I don't forget about it, because it's the 26th of December.
Oh yeah. New day.
Yeah, it's a brand new day, and I went to sleep about 7. 6 hours later is actually like 3 in the morning. It's pitch black, by the way.
I think we. I mean, our long rest 8 hours for everyone to have gotten 6.
Yeah,
That's
but
probably 5 a.m.
I'm like at 6 p.m. you already have taken some rest because you pretty much took it immediately after Kairos. But even
But we
then,
were in a shit condition. Maybe we slept a little longer than we normally would.
it's still like at latest 4, maybe 5 a.m., which is still
going back
pitch
to
black
sleep.
dark.
Back to sleep. It's still dark out.
And it's gonna be dark for a while longer. It's up to you if you wanna like sleep in, that's your privilege. I'm not gonna stop you from sleeping in. If you wanna wake up early, then you can wake up early. Like you don't have to sleep, you can just like rest, sit around, recuperate. But if you wanna wait until until sunrise, you're welcome to wait until sunrise.
I think I'll be up a little bit before that, just to
Yeah, same.
start the ritual for getting my familiar back.
Okay, sure.
And I would ask any yeah, I would wait for Alice to or for everyone to be awake and ask about Lady Kazar.
Yeah, and then I'd tell him that.
So 6 a.m.
Sure.
Alright.
Do you I look at the paper.
Well, it's been 30 seconds since you've written it down, so
Yeah, but just looking
Oh,
at
okay.
the words that the others have written.
It
Do
has
you-
horrible handwriting.
yeah, with a couple spelling mistakes.
Yeah, it's like somewhat like you're reading a 10th grader's writing, basically, or even lower, probably.
Okay, I look at the writing in disgust. No.
It's okay.
Adorable.
Just like surprise, and then look at the group, just trying to figure out who wrote that, and then just dropping it. Do you think that she actually knew how strong he was? I literally asked her that, but what do you think?
I
She's
mean-
watching.
Probably
I mean,
not.
She couldn't have watched him before, right?
No, she had no reason to know, but so probably not. But I don't think. Why would she know? Why would? I mean,
Because if she had known how strong he is, maybe she would have been more eager to help. I would suggest talking to her, asking her if she would be willing to face him again with us.
I mean,
if-
it doesn't
I mean, if
hurt
she-
to ask.
If she then says no, we definitely know that we can forget about her.
Also, how long has it been since we gave her the dragon parts?
13 days. I just
So-
checked, basically.
Also, probably at least one of those armors is done by now.
Which one did you ask her to make first? I think it was the scale mail, right?
No idea.
I think so.
I checked my notes to see if I wrote it down. I didn't find it, but I remember for some reason that you said to make scale mail first.
I think it's okay because I think that's Zardos' option, and Leos already has something decent armor-wise. It'll only be an upgrade for him later.
I literally have
Isn't
no
yours-
idea what armors you're wearing or how you intend to share them.
I have light armor on, so basically I'm at a DC 13 right now.
AC,
And-
not DC.
AC, yeah, and what it won't.
Well,
get me.
scale mail is literally scale mail, which I believe is medium armor.
Yeah,
So
can
I
wear
don't
it.
think you can wear it anyway as a
Yeah, that's-
warlord.
I think because
Melora can wear it, and Zardos can wear it. And
Yes, the
Traeger.
thing was, Leos already has a magical armor for, I think, that has been, or not?
Didn't you
one that was-
remake
The Green
one-
Dragon
Green
armor.
Dragon armor?
It's
Yeah.
it's the Whim of Green, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think we said scale mail first, just so we get some magical armor for Zardos first. And then Leos can still upgrade to the other leather armor after that. This is how I remember, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no idea.
It sounds close to what I had in mind.
Right? Well, let's make it canon now.
I don't see why she would know, though. I mean, didn't almost everyone forget about the Malazan family and Neverwinter in the first place? Or however you called it, Zardos?
Yeah, as far as I know, no one seems to know much about it. The area, I guess.
Mm. You know, do you think Neverwinter disappearing was connected to that part of the mark going off? You think that's when that happened? That's there was enough blood sacrifice for that? Because if
Could
so,
have been part of the ritual.
there was a second wave, according to Pipip and Melora. And that second wave probably would mean that the second part of all of it went down, and there would have to be some place missing too. Though obviously, not like we would remember which place that would be. So.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what happens during the ceremony itself, so it's possible.
Mm.
Leos, you see text appearing on the paper in, well, assumedly her script. It says, I have no idea who that is.
So again, 7 words down.
Then, after a slight pause, two more words. You okay?
I will write. Meh. Because it's one word and it's not yes and not no, and I don't want to write more or less or not really.
I mean, you do have sending now.
You see
I
three
will-
dots appearing, and since her script, I will see you later.
Oh, that's a waste of paper.
I will.
Three dots don't count.
Yeah, I will attempt to send her a message and ask if we can come over and have a short talk, or any other way that if she has any magical mean to set up talk.
We need to talk.
Okay. You do get basically her response from you is sit tight.
Okay.
To you, not from you, to you.
I say, we should ask Lady Kazar if she can help us. If she knows about the real strength of Kairos and what he's doing, maybe she would be more open to focusing more of her time onto this matter. Sorry for yesterday, I was shaken.
I would say that the campfire that you have set in the morning like erupts into this like small fireball, and there standing in the middle of the campfire is Lady Kazar. Though pretty obvious it becomes that that's not actually her, but rather an image of Lady Kazar. And let's go take a break.
Cool.
Tracker is back. So I need to remove this. Please don't die.
Yeah, I'll put myself on push to talk so you don't have to hear my coughs.
Mm.
And
Oh, and we also contacted Lady Kazara, and she's about to be here. So
she is here.
she is here
Oh, yeah.
in image.
Alright. Let's go. So, after a little bit of communication with Lady Khazar through enchanted piece of paper. Yeah, for some reason I had the echo. Never mind. She has done something that has allowed her image, illusion of her very lifelike but see-through, to appear right where you are, as she gives you all a not very happy look. And I hope you will explain this.
We fought Kairos yesterday, the father of Zardas, and he is far more powerful than we could have imagined. I mean, he was even stronger than the dragons that we fought. Or that dragon that we fought. I just fought one. And he escaped. And
I think you need to start from the beginning. Who is Kairos and why did you fight him?
Kairos is another one of... We believe him to be somewhat in cahoots with Oko and Ceruleus. Ceruleus and Kairos maybe not like each other, but they work for Oko. But we believe that Kairos is much more powerful as a single person. May not be as smart as Ceruleus, but he's beyond more powerful than him. So we tried
Define
to
more powerful.
Like CR25.
He almost, well, basically he killed me last night. Or so I thought. He tried to make me some kind of vampire thrall.
A
He's
vampire.
supposed to be yes, he's supposed to be some, what is it? Vampire god, king, bloodline, ancient thing? I don't know. There was a devil.
His accent is really hard to understand.
Yeah. Well,
Can we basically relay what he said?
Make me an intelligence check.
I mean, I can try afterwards in my own way, yes. But where is it? Oh, hey, I'm using luck, fate, I guess. Oh, today's gonna be a good day.
Yeah.
After a long rest?
So he was of a specific vampiric bloodline that is known as a strong god king.
Okay. Yeah, so he's of a bloodline known as a strong god king. Vampire, we think. We got that information secondhand.
I'm just gonna flip into my fingers to create an image of the second form.
So he transformed into a large vampire and basically fucked us. And he escaped. We think he underestimated us, but he's smart, and I think it was just pure luck that we got as far with him as we got. And we're at an end of means. We need help. We can't walk into this again and hoping that this time it will be enough. We need something or someone. We need your help, and we're asking if you're willing to help us.
Help you
And
to
find him and take him out. And this time, no Just no bullshit. Just finding him, going there directly, and just taking him out because we believe he's far more dangerous than Ceruleus is.
Yeah. To add to that, we know that he is directly involved in those. What
Yeah.
did Pip call them? Arcane waves. That, as far as I know, occurred twice. By
Yes,
other people that
that I understand. I still do not have an explanation from you why you need to fight him.
Because he's involved in the mark. This thing that turns people into death machines. Like zombies or whatever.
But I think Zardos knows how it works better.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say knows how it works. I just know that it's a ritual sacrifice of many, many people to empower those controlling them.
You asked me earlier about ways to empower an individual without sacrifice. Did this relate to your
Yeah.
father?
Yes.
Were you
I was hoping to
aware?
give him some alternatives.
Have you been aware that he has obtained such powers?
I knew that he was using the ritual, but I had not seen him in a while, and this was a bit of a surprise.
So you believe that he has obtained these vampiric powers only after the ritual?
As far as I know, yes. He's always said that our blood was special, so
Where are you?
We're somewhere west of the Blind Forest.
How far away from the Neverwinter Bay?
A few miles, like a few days, maybe 2 days out.
We started there.
We've been there. There's nothing, just a huge cliff.
Did you find no abnormalities, no portals hidden, or... Where did your father come from? Where did the Skyrers come from?
Zardas, you've been from Neverwinter, right? That has been your hometown, or?
well, it's where my hometown was. It wasn't called Neverwinter, though. In that area. Yeah, we always called it Southspire.
You say that you survived. Did you run? How did you escape from him?
He ran from us.
Opened some kind of portal and
or he teleported away. Yes.
A
stepped
portal,
through some kind of doorway.
Was it a spell, or...
Yes.
I don't know.
Describe it.
I've seen it once before. We used a scroll to create it.
You used the what to create it?
A spell scroll to create it. Back when we infiltrated Ceruleus's mansion.
Describe it.
I'll describe the misty doorway that's invisible.
Make an
from
Arcana
one side.
check, just to explain see how accurately you described it.
This can only go badly.
Oh.
Do you explain the spell you have used to get into Ceruleus Mansion previously?
Yeah, that one. I think that's called
Gate.
Isn't Gate the level 9
Arcane
one?
Gate,
It is.
Arcane Gate, that one.
Yeah.
Let me make a roll. Let me take out Lady Kazar's stats. I haven't done this in a while.
6, a 5,
What's
and
your
a 2.
Arcana check?
I think it's a plus 40 Arcana check.
She is good, she's not that good. Oh boy. Yeah.
Connection issues, right?
I do not think that you're describing it right. It makes no sense. That spell is too short range. You would have noticed him exiting it, most likely.
We were in a bubble of darkness, not exactly easy to see anywhere outside.
There is something that is wrong about this all. I need to check something. I might understand where he went.
He did seem like he came with a before he ran off. That he came with a chariot, with horses that were on fire and a coach that was a ghost, I think.
That is not uncommon for a vampire. Do you intend to fight him soon?
The problem is that we don't have any clues in where to go. If we find him, I think it's the only thing that we can. It's literally the only thing that we can do.
Did not you just say that he is this one's father?
Yes.
Yes.
You do have a very useful lever to control this Kairos, don't you?
How will we do that?
You have his son.
Are we supposed to kill him and wait for Kairos to appear and then get fucked by him?
Leos!
You can threaten him with that. If you have seen Kairos and I know you have contacted me, you
He's
can
not
send
gonna
him a
buy-
message.
He's not gonna buy into that. I mean, Zardos was fighting with us. If we just call him up and say, "Oh, we got your son. We're gonna kill him now," he's not gonna buy into that.
Then kill him.
No, but we can.
Hey, what?
He's not gonna buy into we killing him, but he is. But he might buy into us going into very dangerous situations where we might be dead, because we do that all the time.
Would it be possible for? We need to find him anyway, but if we do find him, we need backup. We can't fight him alone.
You need my help.
We need anyone's help. We need the help of a fucking kingdom to take them down. We're just 5 people trying to pierce a tiny hole through the veil of mist that surrounds our enemies. We don't know anything. We need all the help that we can get. If it's yours or if it's anyone's.
As I've said, I have an idea of how this card is connected to everything that's been going on. I might be wrong, but if luck is on our side. If you require my assistance, you'll need more than the help of your king. You'll need permission from Patrician as well.
Which we are not on good terms. At least publicly.
I'm willing to help, but I owe him more than I owe you. Well, I owe him, I don't owe you. And I want to help. I understand the importance of this, but explaining it to Havelock might be not as easy. He still wants you to do something, I believe.
Which is probably clearing our name and finding Ceruleus.
No, it's Fristwindor.
How are you with finding this Cerulus, by the way? He seems
He
to be a
was-
much more approachable target than Kairos.
Oh, they're working together, so
He's elusive, as usual. He was supposed to meet with Kairos, but I'm very, very sure that they have cancelled that meeting.
How have you learned about this supposed meeting? How did you find Kairos? We haven't heard about him at all. He seemed to be quite content hiding wherever he was.
Point at Zardos.
Got the message from my sister about the meeting.
You have a sister.
A couple of them. Brother too.
Is your sister supposed to be a secret agent in your father's house?
Well, unlike my other siblings, she also doesn't really agree with what my father's doing.
So she contacted you,
Yes.
and you trusted her.
Yes.
Do you still believe that was a good idea?
Yes.
If you say so. I'll see what I can find about this Kairos. Well, I do have some good news. The portal in the Blind Forest seems to be stabilizing. Not much, but it's better than it was before.
That's great.
That's time. And I don't want to rush ahead of myself.
Well, if you find out anything about this Kairos, like you thought that you know how he's involved in all this, then let us know.
I will.
Have you heard anything about any strange news about that town? We had an inkling that they might meet there, or at least close to the city, but it's big and we don't have any other clues.
No, I've heard nothing. Admittedly, I would not be the first person to hear. There is... How long have you been looking for this Kairos?
Yeah, how long have we been waiting? 2 days? Well, it was pretty easy to find him because we had a good hint.
We basically stopped our research in where Neverwinter was supposed to be in order to catch up with the meeting or with Kairos.
I see. When you return to Kazanuk, you should most likely hear about it. You know about Vision, don't you? You've been in
The
Neva.
company?
Yes.
Yeah.
They've released their new device on the market. Well, pretty much days ago. It's peculiar, but it is useful.
What does
Secure
it do?
some for yourself. It will ease our communication.
Oh, don't we have them? Or did they burn in that fire? I take out the walkie-talkie thing that we got from the Vision company.
That's the one. How do you have it?
We got one from the company. We did a job for him once.
Have you used them recently?
No?
Mine is at the bottom of the sea.
Try turning it on.
I try turning it on. Does
You
it work?
turn it on, and yeah, it works. And you actually see so it had basically like these buttons, kind of like runes that you were supposed to press in a certain combination to connect to other eye stones. But what I didn't notice is there were a couple more runes like above those buttons, and you see as they're currently lighting up. And they all light up, all three of them, and glow gently green.
Oh, we have reception.
Basically, yes. I believe they have completed their network of transponders, that's how they call them. I've checked the device, it's frankly ingenious.
I love it when you do stuff like this.
It should be safe enough for communication. As far as I understand, the only way to intercept that communication is to obtain such device from the one you're contacting. I can find you easily enough, but if you want to find me...
I'll just put one thing out there. Vision is the company that's very likely to be connected to Ocon Ceruleus.
Why would you think so?
Past
They've been offered
experiences
partnership
with
Ceruleus.
Ceruleus. Ocon has been after me for a long time, and it was Vision who specifically asked on me, tried to get at me multiple times in Nebo.
What do you mean get at you? Try to kidnap you?
No, they made a couple of offers directed not at the Heron's talent but at me directly, which makes no sense at all.
I assume you have refused them all.
I'm not stupid.
Well, that's questionable. Still, that's circumstantial evidence at best.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put that circumstantial evidence out there, so if you wanna use a contact device that they might be able to listen to, be my friend. Be my guest, I'm sorry. I'm not touching those things.
No, that is your right. In any case, I will get in touch with you by one way or another.
Thank you.
And do make sure that you possess correct information before you send it to me next time.
He was all but dead. He
So
had
you
no
say.
heartbeat.
Now what? We can either go back to where we're supposed to keep searching for anomalies or things. We could try and go to Friswindur and be on the good side of Nebo once again.
Friswindur is exactly as attractive as Zay is right now. We have heard word of someone being there. That's all that we know, literally.
Well, we at least have a name in Bristwindor.
Oh, do we?
Yeah,
You do?
yeah.
Which one?
They're basically related to Lady Khazar, which makes it even more pleasant.
Does the fact that Lady Khazar hates her relatives makes it better or worse?
I'm not sure. I'll have to think on it. Probably better.
All right, so we do have a name there.
I say we go. I think it's still worth it. It's not that far away from here. It's like, what? How
2
far
days
did we...
at most?
No. I mean, checking out the place where Zardos' father set up base.
Oh, that base.
Yeah, the mini
Alright.
base.
It's
This
like
time,
an hour away.
the
I think it didn't go
moment-
further than 1 hour. I think.
What do
Yeah,
we
but it
do-
was 1 hour of gallop.
Oh right, so like 60 miles. Yeah.
What do we do if we find cars there? Are we engaging?
If you're not looking forward to a fight again, we can. If he's there, we can leave. And that kind of ends the trail we're following.
How about this time we actually try to get your sister? And if we have your sister, maybe we even have a fucking chance against him.
I'm good with that.
Or get his sister and get out.
That sounds like a great plan, Narlis.
Yeah.
I prefer that this time. I promise we'll stick to it. Do you all agree and promise to stick to the plan?
Yep.
I mean, I'm not the one who decides when we leave. So,
Well,
whatever.
It is.
What time is it of the day?
6 in the morning. A bit later.
Let's start summoning Interni second form.
I'm gonna do the same for Nebula first form.
You know, I think we should like get a better name. Like there's Gintarne, and then there's like Super Gintarne,
God Tarny.
No,
and
yeah,
then
I'm
there's
trying
like
to think
Super
about
Gintarne.
No, it's like a Pokemon evolution, but I don't have a. Wait, how do you say fire in Russian?
Огонь.
How?
I was thinking more.
Огонь?
I was thinking more in the terms of like Saiyan to Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2.
Oh, yeah. So Super Interni too.
Yeah. Well,
Let's not do that.
just Super Gintarne for now. There's no Super Gintarne yet.
Okay.
All right, I will summon Nebula just as she is. She doesn't have any forms.
Yep. She's already in her final form. Alright. What's your plan? Are you going to that place?
Yeah.
Are you just getting on humongous glowing elk and hoping for the best?
What else do we ever do? I mean, what can we do other than that? There's nothing.
No?
Until we get somewhat closer, I think so, yes.
Huh?
Definitely checking the surrounding for growing bat swarms, you know?
I always said that stealth is not our strong suit.
Well, maybe perception checks as I pull up something quickly.
Oh, that doesn't work. What? I rolled better than Melora? I think that's the first time that happened.
Just because you
I
rolled
rolled
better
something.
than Melora doesn't mean that your actual number is better than Melora's.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
about as
that's the
good.
perception of 20.
You had to roll double than what she did in order to beat her.
No, you need to roll above a 20 to
Oh,
beat
do
Melora.
we also use passive perception?
Passive perception is the least you can roll.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember. I didn't know that.
That's exactly why I asked you to use the same thing for your campaign. That came from me.
Okay.
Because I like it.
Okay.
Okie dokie, yeah. Well, it's still bloody dark. Because it's like 6:30 in the morning and there's not even a hint of sunrise. It's winter. And you're right, for those, well, 2 hours now that you're not trying to kill Intern anymore, there's enough elimination, there's enough heat coming from him, so it's not an uncomfortable ride. And you're right about to reach the place where you fought Kairos by the time the sun starts rising. Somewhere between 8 and 9 in the morning. Then
Does it? No bats?
there are dead bats. They're like slightly covered with snow. There's been like slight snow in the night, but you can certainly see the heaps of black little bodies that have been covered with snow. But frankly, the snow has covered most of other signs of combat. Which reminds me, I should have made a snow-themed map, but I was lazy.
And I will point in the direction that I came from as I ran in.
Are the trees still full with bats?
No. It's normal, as far as
think-
trees can be normal.
He's gone.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gone.
Does have an upside.
We're not fighting today.
Hmm.
All right, let's check this shit out and see if we do find anything.
Yeah.
Do you keep going towards the village?
Mm-hmm.
With a bit of guidance from Zardas, and to be fair, it's not very far away, you quickly reach the village. Well, an assortment of houses that might count as a village. Find it silent. Too silent.
All right, let's have a good look around. And as I say that, I will put on my glasses of minute seeing. Let's inspect this place. That's not good.
Just remember, you may have left some ghouls around here.
Alright, so yeah, for those glasses, I need Julius to make an investigation check with disadvantage because you can't see shit in them. I mean, like, are you checking out the place where the house Zardos was staying in? Are you checking out the whole village? Like, how much time are you spending here?
We definitely start there. Right?
Yeah,
Start
let's
with-
check the house where he was kept and just give it a good look through.
In that case, Lewis, yeah, make me your investigation check. Just make a straight roll for now. If somebody wants to help him, they need to have proficiency or roll your own.
I mean, he already has advantage from those glasses.
Sure. Well,
Yeah.
he has advantage for looking at small things. He is currently not
Ah.
looking at small things. He's looking
Yeah.
for things.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna inspire myself. Yeah, I'm just for the fun of it.
Just because you can.
That's what it's for.
21,
Oh.
fine enough.
Well, it's pretty obvious the place where Zardos was kept by complete lack of people inside and by the claw marks, both on the door frame, on the floor of the house. You find the table slightly destroyed, but that was basically done by Kairos accidentally. And well, that's about it. The bed has been slept in because Zardos has slept in it. There are signs of somebody opening the water barrel. Some of the food is missing. That's about it in this house. There are no signs of blood or struggle or further destruction or anybody's presence.
You know, maybe if we find some piece of hair or something in here, that might make tracking him a lot easier, or at least scrying on him, right? The same way those assassins took our hair.
Yeah. Did your sister sleep in a bed here?
Well, she sat with me on the bed for a while about sleeping. She was in the coffin the whole time, so she's well rested.
She was in the coffin the whole
Yes.
time.
Until we got here, yes.
I mean, was she here in this room in the coffin the whole time?
No, when we got here, she was in the coffin until we got here.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Enhance Ability on Melora and say, give her Owl's Wisdom and say, okay, let's scan the bed for any hairs or anything that looks
That's
like
still gonna be investigation.
it. Oh, it's
Intelligence.
investigation?
I think.
Oh, I thought it was a perception
intelligence.
check.
No.
Well, in that case, yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
You know, investigators are called investigators because they investigate.
Okay. Well, in that case, I would thoroughly like to check the bed.
Okay.
For hairs.
Yeah, go for it. Make me an investigation check, this time with advantage. Because hair are tiny.
Inspiration,
Go for it.
25.
You comb the bed very accurately. The pillow, you know, it is a rough lining pillow, so there's a good chance some of the hair got stuck in the casing. And you check them very well, and your search pays off. You find several shortish black hair.
Does your sister have shortish black hair, or might that have been the pre-owners of this bed?
Or maybe Zardos's.
Yeah, that might be mine.
Fuck. Okay. What now? Check out the other houses.
I think he probably killed every village. And if we're not finding anything here, we're probably not finding anything anywhere,
Well,
but
if we do find the bodies, maybe we find something there.
maybe. We can definitely take a quick look around, see if we still find anyone. But I doubt
I
it.
find that dead people still have a lot to say if you know how to listen to them.
Awkwardly creepy.
Somewhere on the other side of the world, Salem turns in his bed.
He's not spinning in his grave yet. That's okay.
Well, I'm not gonna spoil it for you, so treat it as you wish.
Yeah, well, let's go take a look around.
Alright. And now you can make me perception checks.
Yay.
Said Zardos as if he's any good at perception.
Today has my roll.
Hey, double digits.
Yeah. Alright. So, Lewis and Traeger, it's bloody quiet. Like, especially Traeger. The sun has risen. And you'd expect that even in this small place, even in winter, somebody would have woken up earlier than sunrise because water still needs fetching, animals still need care of, but there's no sound of people living the life. That's when Melora calls over. As nearest to the house Zaros was kept in, there's a small warehouse. Well, I call it a warehouse, it's basically a tiny hovel. As behind that hovel, Melora finds several mounds of earth. 3 of them recently disturbed.
What?
How,
What is
we need
it?
how
to
many
check-
more are there?
We need to check them.
There were 3 when I was last here.
Wait, what are we looking at?
What we're looking at is 3
Thralls
thralls
he made.
he made. And if we find them, we can actually follow them.
Oh,
I mean, if they arise as his thralls,
Rise!
I think they most likely would venture forth to their master.
You think they know where he is?
I don't
And
know.
how would we follow them without them, I don't know, attacking us?
Well, we keep a good distance. We sneak.
I look around. I look around. I look around to Supri and Harney for a second.
I point at Melora and say she can make us very quiet. We might need to drop our rides for a moment, or
I mean, we can follow from a good distance. And I do have my Albeck.
Don,
Yeah.
how many other graves are there or mounds?
Behind this particular warehouse, 2 more. They are like slightly covered with snow, which shows that nobody touched them during this night.
The 3 graves. You said they have been disturbed. In what manner?
It looks like they have been dug through. I know, like loose, disturbed earth.
Okay.
It's far less covered with snow than the other two.
Does it look like it has been uncovered and someone has been placed in, or if something has been taken out and the rest just been shoved back?
Make me a nature check.
While he does that, I'm gonna look for a shovel in the warehouse.
Sure, go for it.
21.
You know, like moles, how they dig out of the ground, or rabbits. It kind of looks like something dug out of them on its own.
Do we see any trails around them?
Trigger. In the warehouse, you do find a shovel. You also find dried up blood in the very center of the floor.
Guys, I think I found here something. Look, it's a shovel. Oh, but I found some dried blood over here.
Can we use that dry blood to locate someone? If that blood belongs to the 3 people that have been placed in that grave.
Potentially, yeah.
I've heard about locate object and locate person. I haven't heard about locate dead.
No, I mean, maybe Melora can scry on them. If we use that blood as a basis of who to look for.
How many scries do you have, Melora?
We can probably do about 4.
Try and
Well,
fail.
Yeah, it's worth trying, I think, isn't it?
We can give it a shot, sure. And I'll set out the stuff to begin scrying.
Alright.
Do I have to actually touch the blood to get an idea of who these people are, or
You need to scrap some of it off the ground and put it into the bowl. Scrape.
I would do that for her.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, yeah. You set up the ritual and concentrate on the bowl, saying the words of the incantation, seeing the surface ripple, and calm down and No, there is no connection. Either they're dead or out of service. Or out of reach, I guess is the word.
Well, did you find anything?
No, nothing.
Well, it was worth a try. Anyways, gonna start digging. Just point me where.
I think if you do start digging, you're gonna get it. Just keep your spear ready, is what I'm saying. I think these either come out on their own, or when you dig them up, you're gonna have an unpleasant surprise. Yeah. I mean, I think they're probably similar to the ones we fought before, but who knows if that's true.
I'll keep my spear handy and at reach. And start digging.
Make me an athletics check. Just for the sake of it. As for other people just stand and watch his track as he's digging. On his own.
Taking a couple of steps back.
Alone. Doing hard work. Alright. And I think just the earth just goes flying. It's actually pretty easy to dig. It seems that the earth is pretty loose. And are you digging out the 3 that have been disturbed or the 2 undisturbed?
The 2 undisturbed, right?
Yeah.
The 3 disturbs, we've concluded that someone dug out of them, right? Or something dug out.
Yeah, that's what you think. Alright. At some point, your shovel strikes something. Something softer than rock, but harder than earth.
I gently try and reveal what it is without harming further.
That looks like a leg. In pants. And boots.
In what?
In pants. No, trousers.
I found a leg.
You probably found more than a leg.
It's not attacking me.
Yeah, wait until you give it some freedom to. Maybe it's just luck.
If we actually uncover it totally, will it stop it from being a thrall?
No idea.
Not a vampire. Don't know.
Question.
Yes.
How many buildings are there?
You can see another 3 households. That's about it. This was a tiny place.
While could I go over while Trego was shoving?
Sure.
And just take a look into the windows first, and just gently try the doors if they open.
Is he going on his own?
I'll go with him.
Right. Meanwhile, Trego, you're welcome to think if you really wanna undig the rest of the leg. As you go from to the next house, and it does take you a little bit of time to get there. They're not densely packed. It seems that each family household had a bit of land to it. Not good land, not well cared for land, but land. It's still quiet, still silent. The wells don't look disturbed, and the first household you approach in a queue. No, actually, no. No sound at all. You look into the window, it was closed, like with wooden shutters and crusted over a little bit with ice as you carefully push and break the ice and push the window inside. And you know this heat with the smell of recent death.
Do I see anything specifically through the windows?
Make me perception check. It's... You think you see someone crumpled on the floor. It's a bit obscured by a table. You'll have to either get a high vantage point or maybe climb inside.
I climb inside.
Climb inside. The floor creaks softly under your footsteps. The house is warmer than the one you've been in before, but it seems like fire has died down a while ago and nobody has rekindled it. You carefully walk around the table to find the human body on the floor, a man. He's spread on his stomach in a pool of, well, most likely his blood, judging by a huge gaping wound on his neck. Compared to your wound, like yours is a relatively careful puncture. This one is like somebody took a bite out of it. And his back has a deep, like 3-clawed gash across it.
Looks like that might have been the ghouls that you talked about,
Could have been.
right? Or do you think that would have been your father?
Unless he came out to get a bite to eat. I don't know.
Question. I don't think I have seen Kyros's father in his transformation status up close, right?
For starters, Kyros's father is dead. He's been dead for a long time.
I mean, Kyros. Have I seen Kyros up close enough to identify the wounds as
You
something
could
that-
try. Make me a medicine check.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Maybe him. It's... You can imagine him managing to make such wounds. Yeah.
Is there any other rooms in the house?
No, that's basically like this one room, which is like living room slash, eating room, and there's a bit like stone addendum to the building where a kitchen most likely is, judging by the fireplace. It's basically like it is walled off from the room you're in, so technically yes, it is a separate room.
Yeah, I just want to go through the whole house to see if I see anything else of interest.
You go into the kitchen. The kitchen looks like somebody was starting to work in it, and you see as there is another door leading basically to the back of the house, and that one is slightly ajar, and cold wind is whistling through the crack.
I would like to check out the last house if I see anything there.
How do you exit this house?
Through the open door.
Yeah.
And when I go outside, I want to take a look around if I see anything that like footprints.
Well, as you exit through the back door, basically, you see animal coops. You see a chicken coop and what looks like a small barn. You see the door to the barn being ajar, and it looks like somebody has exited the barn. It's mostly been swept over with snow, but it's more recent than what you saw previously.
Okay.
And in front of the chicken coops, there are just red snow. There is. Not are. Yes.
I'm gonna call Zaras over And
Yeah,
let's check out the barn.
yeah, definitely.
You carefully open the door to the barn and... Oh, the smell is strong. The inside of the barn reveals a scene of gore. It must have contained 2 cows, judging by the size of carcasses on the ground. They have been eviscerated, their intestines torn out, and that part of the corner might be it. And next to the 2 carcasses of cows is another body, another human body.
I take off my glasses for a second and look at Zardas and just say, someone had a party in here. Like in cool CSI investigator. And then I would like to check out the human body.
Oh boy, make me medicine check.
Yeah. 19.
You know, you should have gone along with... There seems to have been a party here. A party to kill for. Oh, something even better. I couldn't come up with a good joke in like 2 seconds. Yeah, that body is female. Though it's barely recognizable as a female. Her chest has been ripped open. And you're not much of a doctor, but you're pretty sure you would recognize a human heart. And you don't find a human heart here. You find nothing.
Okay.
Some lungs, yeah, some lungs. They... No, yeah, you can't donor these lungs anymore. They're in no shape for that.
Do you have any coins on her person? Anything I can steal?
Seriously? Make me an investigation check.
Yeah, he's gonna check if there's anything on her. Oh, so I think
There is a small, like side satchel.
yeah, I'm gonna look for clues in there.
It contains basically like a small... How do I call it? Give me a second. A small bobbin with some string on it and a bone needle put into it. It has a bit of cloth, like 3 copper pieces, a bit of cheese. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it with her. And go back to Zardas and say, yeah, I don't know if that's the gold, or do you think that could have been your father throwing a fit of rage because he couldn't take us down? I don't know.
At this point, I have no idea.
Fair enough.
I mean, whatever the heck he is now, this is kind of gross. So,
Yeah.
but while I do have you here, I will at least say, sorry, my dad kind of killed you.
That's fine. No. I think he just wanted to pull even with Ceruleus. Because I think Ceruleus almost killed me once. Now he has done it also. So I think it was just nothing personal.
I felt I should say something. I didn't want things to be too awkward.
I appreciate the gesture. Thank you. But you don't have to worry about it. We threw ourselves in there. And
That's certainly a unique thing to apologize for.
Yeah, Yeah. Doesn't come up often, but
Yeah. Well, do you think where you're gonna go next? Yeah, Dragon. What you doing with that leg over there?
I'm conducting an experiment.
Yes.
I've been digging the leg, but not anymore. I'm digging the other one.
There's a
before
leg
I-
or there's a grave?
No, the other mound, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But before I started digging it, I cast this on the leg,
On the what?
on the leg that I found.
Like the leg was connected to more things, by the way. Just saying.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
I'm casting this on the corpse, covering it up,
Okay.
then digging to see if there's another corpse in the other one, not casting that on the other one, and seeing if that actually helps. So that's the experiment.
Well, I mean, I guess if Trager would be a Boy Scout, his teacher would have been proud of him, you know, like experimentation and...
Yeah, it's
Magic-
a solid variation, independent variables you've got going here, but
Alright. Yeah, the second mound does contain another body.
Yeah, okay, so I covered it up, and I get my curiosity for magic badge.
What?
Never mind. Scouts get badges for doing stuff.
Oh,
yeah, but what do you actually do with them after you've cast that or not cast that?
Well, there's just waiting and seeing if one of them pops up as a thrall or not. But I'm guessing like all of this will take, and then you guys like would come already back.
I mean, are you just gonna uncover the legs, Drago? What's the point?
No, I uncovered both mounts to see if there are corpses inside.
Yeah.
On one of them, I cast Remove Curse, and then I covered them back, both of them.
Okay.
so now Trager is gonna try to
So now
grow
we
two
only
more
have-
ghouls, and see if they try to kill him.
So now we only have to wait, like, we don't know till maybe something happens. Are you planning on sticking around here?
Nah, but I mean, we're gonna be here for a while.
Are we? Why?
I don't know.
I mean, there's not much left of this. I mean, this village. This isn't even a village. This is like 5 houses
4.
and a barn.
One less thrall in the world, if it works.
Well, you won't know if it worked. What I'm pretty sure will work is if we dig them up and you put your spears through them. If we're trying to kill them.
Why are you telling me this now after I covered both of them up again?
Well, I was looking what you were doing. I thought you maybe had an idea behind it that made a lot of sense or something.
Do you want them dug back up?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it already made a difference. One of them isn't gonna rise or something. Who knows? But
I don't know if it's gonna work.
let's wait for the others, because if we are trying to follow the plan of tracking one of these things, then we need to dig it up and disappear, and then we'll see where it goes. Maybe. That might be an option.
Okay.
Well. What you doing with the
mean-
graves?
I'm waiting for the other two to return.
Trager?
Same.
Valora?
The same, just waiting for the command to start digging them up.
Okay! Leo Zardas, what are you doing?
So that was the last building that is.
No, there are 2 more houses.
Oh, 2 more houses.
You've checked 2
We wanted-
so far.
I mean, what are we really going to find there, right?
I don't know.
Should
Do
we
we want to
just
just
check-
leave?
Should we just check them so we can make sure that there isn't a hidden coffin with your father lying in there regenerating or some shit?
Yeah. And do we want to leave these corpses here, or I don't know, start burning stuff? Maybe I don't know what would be appropriate.
I mean, if we do find any survivors, we can leave it up to them to decide what happens with the buildings. But if we, we can put a light to it,
Okay.
grant them at least some kind of burial like that. Let's check
Alright.
out the other 2 houses.
Yeah.
Well, these 2 houses are built closer to each other. They are a bit larger, maybe like 2 or 3 rooms per each building, and they're built, like basically like L shape and then another L shape. So they're forming a bit of a courtyard, and you can see a well in the center of that courtyard. This one has no color. The previous one had an actual color, a wooden color block, and this one does not. And the building on the right, its main door, also seems to be slightly ajar, and you can see like signs of dirt on the snow and wood in front of the door.
Any open windows or
Nope.
windows to look through?
I mean, there are windows to look through. They're all closed with shutters. Not like they're locked, but they're closed.
I will try to open one of the shutters and see if I can open them.
Make me a strange check.
Okay. Yeah, that's much.
It
Need some
seems, yeah, it seems like they have some sort of a hook on the other side.
Need some help with it? Seem like you.
Yes.
What are you boasting about? You, Mr. X, 9 strength.
Yeah. I haven't.
Show me what you got.
Yeah. It's, see how
Natural
this goes.
1.
I know, right?
Go for it. Yeah, there does indeed seem to be a hook holding those shutters from the inside. And you're pretty sure if somebody strong were to pull on it, they would break the window and the hook, but you should go talk to your sword again. Your strength seems to be defunct.
Insufficient.
Like something's broken about it,
All right.
Can I slip the sword through and just
Yeah,
No.
yeah, you can.
break?
No, that's not a problem. You unhook and the shutter really seems free to be opened or closed as required.
Yeah, that was easier.
Well, I've been dead yesterday, so let's not judge our.
I'm just saying, just
to
instead of us
approach-
trying to.
That was a smart move. We could have thought of that earlier, but well, we have learned something valuable today. I will open the shutter.
Huh? You open the shutter. You close the shutter. This building had more people. Those people have met an unpleasant fate. After meeting that unpleasant fate, it seemed that the ghouls have decided that it is a good idea to make a grotesque art installation that involves the bodies of said people. The site of said art installation You are glad you haven't had breakfast today.
So,
But there is
like,
definite intent in the construction of...
I knock at the glass without looking into it and just say, anyone alive in there? Otherwise, we're gonna burn this place down.
silence.
Fucking shit. Alright, let's go back to the others.
There's still the other building, you haven't checked it.
Oh,
Like,
right.
you checked one half, there's another half.
Yeah, then we'll check the last of them just for the complete run.
Right. How are you trying to enter the second building?
Any doors or windows on it?
Yes. Yes, many.
Usually you go through the door.
Do the same
Yeah.
trick with the shutters.
Okay, yeah, you open the shutters. Peek inside. Make me a perception check at disadvantage because it's dark inside.
Yeah. 23.
Well, it's a good thing you decided to check through the window. You find things inside that building. Find things hanging from the roof beams by the hind legs, like cocoons of a kind. 6 from your count. One of them twitched a little bit as the tiniest bit of sunlight from the open window touched upon it. They seem to be animated.
What do you see? Your head's in the way. I can't.
I move aside and just show this.
You just see dark shapes hanging from the ceiling. Kind of looks like, you know, you've been to the slaughterhouse, you know, like hooks holding up human. Oh, not.
Oh boy.
Not in the slaughterhouses I visited so far, but
Man, it's a good thing I went vegetarian long ago.
sounds like Russia is real interesting.
Well, you know, in Soviet Russia, slaughterhouse slaughters you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not disgust people any
Yeah,
longer.
so there's cocoon-like things, and one of them twitched.
Yep.
How big?
Human-sized.
All right, I'm gonna show this and quietly move back to the group and get them.
What is it? So, you're done? I think we need to decide on what we're doing.
The last building, there is something hanging in there. It looks like a cocoon or something. It's human size. It twitched, it moved. Something is alive in there. Or dead, undead, alive. You know, that kind of alive. I don't know what it is. We should check it out as a group.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. You think Kairos might be in there?
I think it might rather be what has killed quite a few people that lived here before.
Yeah.
And they kind of built like a pile out of them.
What do you mean?
I mean, it looks like they actually built something with it, like a construct.
Can
Yeah.
Can you show me?
Can I use
Sure.
minor illusion to make like a general display of? Okay.
No,
Well, in that case,
it's too big, too bad, too many parts.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will just bring him to the window and say, "Don't look below."
It's
And
dark
I will-
in there or not?
It's dim light.
I'll cast light on a pebble and throw it in.
To lower your volume because it's a jump scare.
Don't throw a stone through a window because
Too
the
late.
thing in the other house could.
I mean, in the one with the art installation, not the one with the 6 stuff.
Yeah,
The
but
6
they're
hanging.
adjacent to each other.
Light pebble isn't gonna eliminate enough to. They are still distance between the house. Like basically, the courtyard is like 60 feet across. So
Oh, okay.
do you look inside ours?
Yes.
Make me a perception check.
Come on, not below a 10 today. Huh.
Well, it's still. Well,
Does it in any shape resemble the blood sacrifice piles the orcs were making back in
Ironforge.
Ironforge?
a little bit, yes. Well, I mean, it's all bloody. It's all gory. Orcs were basically slaughtering people and throwing them. This one seems to have more purpose. There are no. Well, there are bodies, except those bodies have been pretty seriously stripped of their flesh. Not perfectly. There's still meat on the bones, and it's all red and nasty. And those bodies have been connected and meshed together as a form of like altar, almost like you think they're like for maybe corpses as a leg of this altar, and then maybe from rib cages or something they seem to uphold a not a bowl but something, and the center of it is a twitching fleshy sack of flesh.
Twitching?
Fleshy sack of flesh.
Yes.
I think this thing here might be a smaller version of what a mark might. I think we should check out what's inside here.
Wait,
It's disgusting, but what?
Before we do, I will inform Lady Kazar. Maybe she would be interested in seeing this. Or should I not?
How many words do you have left, by the way?
I would rather you sending.
Okay. But how many words do you have left, by the way?
Deducting the one I have written 24, but that doesn't include the words that Arliss used.
Which was helpless dead.
You should have about
Which would probably bring me
11 words left.
11? Okay, sure.
Yeah, if my math is right.
Let's go with 11 words then. Well, in that case, I would still use sending and say, I'll write a quick message.
Found example of mark.
Potential example of mark.
By the way, like the whole idea with marks is Markbot's idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, always thought so.
him and Salan.
Yeah, I don't control them. Basically, like I ask Markbot what's going on with the marks, and he sends me like shit.
Whatever new idea he had
Yeah,
in mind.
yeah. He's
Now I'm attacking Z.
he's twisted. Like that guy, he's a psycho. Like you don't want to play with him.
So that shit. Why is that 26 now? Okay. My 25 words are: have found remnants. What could be example of mark? Something alive in sack. Cocoons in another room twitching. Wanna see? Otherwise we take it out.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. and then just wait if she replies. Actually,
You get response from her that says, wait, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, because I said for a moment my internet dropped down. Her response is, I will scry on you. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm not sure how to formulate it, but she's basically telling you to accept the scry.
okay, yeah.
And wait 10 minutes for her to cast.
Well, basically, yeah.
I'm feeling like we would be better off if we had like faxes and we would communicate like.
Okay, I will tell the others that that Lady Kazara is going to watch. And that I need to wait 10 minutes for her to finish, and then I would go inside and check it out.
I hope we have 10 minutes. But that's good because that lets time for my experiment to flourish.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll come out in the next 10 minutes during daylight. I think if I had to bet, Triggle, I would bet about 0 gold on that.
I have a feeling that as he grows older, Treg is gonna become that guy from Plants vs. Zombie.
Okay. We need to wait 10 minutes before we go in?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Wait until you get another message from her. Go on.
Okay.
We walk on in.
Yeah, in that case, we walk in.
Well,
Into the building with a twitching sack, like.
Yeah.
the art installation.
The art installation.
Well, you never knew that human body contains so much blood. There's a lot of blood. Has not completely dried up. It's turned into sticky sludge on the ground. The smell is... well... luckily for your party, most of you have very good constitution saving throws. So... Trigger,
And if you're standing next to me,
Leos, and Zardos. Well, actually, I guess only Leos needs to make a constitution saving throw to see how he feels about it.
do you stand next to me?
It feels okay.
You fight down the urge to leave this place. It definitely has not been created a long time ago. The smell is too fresh. The blood is too red. What's your plan?
I'm moving towards that twitching thing, just trying to get a look around to gain an understanding of I'm basically trying to see if there's any there's any purpose here, if they like put the blood in a certain way or.
Make me a religion check.
Before he touches anything, I would like to cast Sanctuary on him.
Sure.
Just in case that thing attacks him.
Religion.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
It lasts
I mean,
1 minute.
I've heard stuff at the temples,
Well,
right?
it's a
With-
general investigation or intelligence check, that might have. Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
The pedestal, I'm gonna call it, that's been made from skeletons and basically tied together by torn out sinews and intestines, has a purposeful shape. It's like an upstanding palm with skeleton arms basically being tied together to form fingers. And make a medicine check as well.
Does this look anything similar to the ritual I'm familiar with, or from what I know of it?
I'll make another religion check as well. And the fleshy sac on this palm, you're not sure how exact it is, but it does look generally like an oversized human heart stitched together from meat. It's twitching, although it's not really pumping anything. It's not connected to anything or doesn't seem to squelch or release any blood. It might contain blood, I'm not sure, but it definitely looks massive, like a skeletal hand, turned down skeleton hand holding a hat-like flesh thing.
Do you guys also see? It looks like a hand with a heart in the middle. And you should probably repeat that out loud for Lady Khazar. She can't hear what I say.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Zardos, the copious amount of sacrifice does ring a bell, but to be fair, you didn't stick around for the ritual itself, so you have no idea what happened. Maybe your father just killed people, maybe they were thrown into a giant magical blender, maybe this is what he built. You have no blood idea.
I think I will try this. Just in case. It has some sort of purpose, even if we don't know what it is.
Can we?
And
Should we take the heart with us, like evidence or something?
It's human sized. It's this big, like the flesh part is like this big in diameter.
I mean, I could teleport it, for example, to Lady Khazar if she wants to check it out.
Just,
And I
praying.
just look up.
Yes.
You get a message in your head.
No, don't do that.
Thank you, but no. Do make a circle around it, please.
I make a circle around it.
Yeah.
I would like to cast, I don't know, Owl's Wisdom on myself, and just check it out in detail, so so I could point out
again.
anything that I already have advantage on the investigation from my glasses. Just if there's some minute detail that sticks out.
Sure, make me an investigation check.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, fuck. That's a 13. I would like to inspire myself. Because that's a bad roll. Come on, now. Give me at least a 7. Fuck you.
You've been rolling twos all day.
You have no bloody idea how somebody managed to make this thing hold shape. You have no bloody idea. It should collapse under its own weight.
It looks like the shape of a heart. It doesn't look like. Does it look like it's some kind of container? Like there's something in
Hard to
there
tell.
that's moving?
You'll have to either try and cut it open or find a way to, I don't know, like get above it and look inside. There does seem to be like some opening on top, but like the whole construction is like 2 meters tall in total.
There seems to be a hole up top.
It's all coming together. There might be a hole up top.
Zardos, can you take a look from above?
From above?
I mean, you can climb walls, right?
All right, I can do that.
Don't worry, I remember.
Yeah,
He's not that tall.
haven't a chance to try it yet. Sure, I'll walk
Yes,
up. Yeah, I'll walk off the wall and hang
Yeah,
upside
you
down.
walk up the wall, you walk up the ceiling, and like hang upside down above it. There's definitely an opening above it, and it is a container.
For what? Anything inside?
Lots of blood.
Yep. Seems to be full of blood.
There does seem to be some sort of like skeleton to this construction on the inside, which is not visible from the outside, which holds it up. But yeah, it's full of blood and there's something floating inside. Just more gory descriptions, don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Blood and whatever else is floating in there. Someone can
Alright.
reach in if you want. I don't know.
How
I
about
think
we cut
Destroy.
it open, or we just plain this? I mean, I would like to know if there's actually something in there, or if it's just a pure container.
I think
that
the
also hold the blood.
I think the blood is probably the offering, but yeah, we should check. Trego, can you cut a hole in the side that won't leak our direction?
Do you want me to pierce a hole into that?
Yeah. That would be lovely. Be careful though,
Okay.
it's probably gonna come splashing out. So,
Yeah, I'm not gonna stand in front of the hole when I poke it. I'm like gonna do it sideways.
Do you poke it?
Yeah.
Do you make horizontal or vertical cut?
It's 2 meters tall. How wide is it? Okay, so yeah, I'll make a horizontal cut.
Okay. Yeah,
In
you
case
make a
it
cut.
rips out,
It's
then
it's pretty thick, like a couple centimeters thick, but yeah, you spear cut through it, and the cut immediately kind of like starts tearing more and releasing dark blood, viscous blood, which has more chunks floating in that just like splash on the floor and fill the room with even more amazing smell of slaughterhouse.
anyone else feeling hungry?
As you do that, the whole construction starts twitching faster.
I take a step back and embrace a defensive position.
Do I see anything different from the ceiling?
As the blood drains, you see something in the center that is twitching fast. But it's small.
Oh.
It's small.
Yeah, whatever the heck's inside there is excited. Yeah.
I don't
There's
think excitement might be the right word for it. But can I get a closer look at it?
How do you want to get a closer look at it? Do you want to go look through the hole?
Where the
Oh,
blood
that's
is coming out
amazing.
of?
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Does
Do you...
anyone have prestidigitation?
Yeah.
Rapier and just like hold it open, and so I can get a look at it.
Okay, make me a perception check.
For that, I do have advantage now
Okay, sure.
because
Good
of
call.
Al's wisdom.
Alright.
22.
Well, this might appear redundant, but inside of this pool, in the very center, connected to the container itself, to the pedestal below it by like flesh strips, is an actual human heart that is swiftly twitching. You have no idea how, but it's and like spewing a bit of blood as it's draining from, well, lack of blood.
Alright, I'm gonna take my rapier and stick into it.
You stick inside it, it twitches and like seizes upon your rapier, spews some more blood, and stops.
It stops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you release your rapier, it kind of like slumps, like deflated.
I've seen weirder things.
No, you haven't.
Mm.
Wait for it.
Don't
I'm
think
trying
that-
to think, but
It's my bad attempt at humor when stuff like this happens.
Does
yeah,
like this happen often?
this is the first. This almost smells as bad as the charred bodies in Ironforge did.
Zardos, does that remind you of anything? Is that ritual related?
Not that I can think of. I didn't see the actual ritual itself, just preparation for it.
But this is something, and maybe because I don't know. Maybe. I mean,
For all we know, the people in this village were up to this themselves. Maybe they're just sick people. Just putting it out there. 'Cause it's
Yeah, like
still,
no, like seriously, these peasants are weird. Like they go after some crazy shit, right?
I imagine Kairos coming and just walking there. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get me some new throws, and he's just like, "What the fuck? What are you
yeah,
guys doing? I'm gonna kill you all, you disgusting people."
exactly.
that's probably.
He couldn't stand aside what was going on here, so he killed them all. He's like, no, this is wrong. Has to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, I go far, but this too far.
Well, what do you know? This is exactly what happened. I hate being so predictable.
Yes. Okay.
All right, what do we do about the moving, twitching cocoons in the other house? Should we go over and open them as well, and see what attacks us?
This will give Xar the
what do you
view
think
of that too. I guess.
What do you think about just putting fire to that building? Seeing what
Yeah, that's
flies?
coming up. I'm thinking about that too. I got some stuff ready for that.
It's
I wa-
currently
what
snowing.
what if
isn't it?
in the cocoons are like people? What if we actually can for once save someone?
Set fire to it. That's a good plan.
Burn it with fire.
It's a fair argument, so we'll consider it. You can go inside, and if you scream, I'll set it on fire.
Sounds like a plan. Let's do
I
that.
I don't mind.
I mean, you have a good way of getting out.
I mean,
Right.
guys, if you can rationalize it, you either should send Zardos or Milora.
Yeah, I was about to say.
If you set it on fire, they have resistance.
Well, if you set it on fire magically,
Yeah. All right. Let's go over to the other house and see where this takes us.
Yeah, who's going inside and by what means?
Alright, I'll go. Sure.
I'm chilling outside.
I'm gonna give my last inspiration to Zardos and say, I will give you a minute. I will come with you in, and once you start after you cut, I will give you a minute of like a spiritual shield that will guard you from attacks.
Alright.
And
Oh,
I
did you
will-
see anything?
Yeah.
Is there anything wrong with me opening the door from what you saw earlier?
Nah,
Just
let's just
walking
kick
that
it.
way.
Be
Fine with me.
careful.
Oh
but-
wait, I will check for traps on the door.
Go for it.
What's that investigation?
Yeah.
20.
No traps.
All right, kick the door in.
Don't kick
Alright.
it.
Or
Okay.
let me
the
just.
door actually opens when you pull it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
can we first try to see if the door actually opens?
There's no
Alright,
handle, there's like a ledge, but yeah, it opens.
Yeah, I'll try the latch. Yeah.
It
In
opens.
that case, let's do it rather quietly.
You open the door. The building is in front of you. Well, good news, it doesn't smell like blood.
Something then. I'll walk in, look around. The sack's still hanging there.
Yep, 6 of them, hanging from the ceiling beams. Like, well, you take a linen sack, you put a person in it, and you hang it to the roof, head down, And that's about how it looks like. Instead of linen sacks, you've used like, I don't know, young animal skin as a sack, you know, like thin leather. Occasionally you see as like something moves inside and kind of like fingers or like an elbow stretches across the thin leather.
Okay. It's pretty gross, guys. And I will take my blade and cut down the side of one of them.
And as soon as he's done with the cut, I will cast Sanctuary on him.
You cut down and it just like tears open, having lost integrity and under the weight of whatever's inside, and from it onto the floor falls out a thing that looks similar to the ghouls you fought, but it's a lot leaner, slimmer, and like it has very long arms, and where its fingers should be, like each finger is like this long.
Wait, what? How long?
How long?
Like this long, each finger.
But it's
And
smaller.
slimmer. And it seems like the fingers are starting to get connected by some thin, semi-transparent film. Kinda like, make me a nature check.
Yay.
Yeah, it does remind you a little bit of bat wings.
Okay, so on second thought, maybe my dad did have something to do with this.
And it starts thrashing on the floor and screeching, its eyes blind and unseeing, just like flailing around. You see that the other 5 things have definitely gotten agitated, although you don't see them like trying to cut open or climb out of their thing.
I kill it. Stab it.
Oh, yeah, basically, yeah, you stab it and it kind of screeches and takes a bit more stabbing to make it shut up, but it quiets down after a while.
Okay, yeah, well, it seems alright, guys. If you want to...
Rinse and repeat 5 more times. Especially the rinse part.
I'm gonna ask aloud in the hopes that Lady Kazara might hear the question. Should we take any of this with us? Is anything...
Ask her if she want one of these as a pet.
I think she heard that. Yeah, if we should like pieces of the skin or something like that. If there's any sense in bringing any of that. Otherwise, we would just burn it down.
You get a message. I'm a wizard, not a mortician. I've seen enough.
Haven't we all?
Did she say anything about a pet?
No, but you can keep one if you like. Only one though, and you have to take really good care of it.
Dude, we still haven't found Ralph in a long time. We can't keep one.
It's probably around.
You haven't seen Ralph in a long time, yeah.
I was really hoping while I was digging the mound that I would hit like a box and then it's Ralph.
Alright, yeah, I'll start doing the same to the others.
It takes a
Finish
while,
off
and they screech horribly as you do it, like...
I'm just trying to slip the blade right into their head or heart or something. Try to
Well, make
finish off as quickly as
me a
possible.
couple of tech rolls just to see how quick you are. And decorate.
Dan,
Yeah,
I gotta go, so I'm off. See you
okay.
guys.
See you in a week. If you're gonna come in a week.
Yeah.
And he's gone. Okay, well, I'm gonna say like within like 2 minutes, you're done. And you have 6 incompletely grown ghoul bat people dead.
These were advanced, though. They were looking like they were going to start flying in comparison to the other ones.
Yeah, if he's making flying ghouls now, then that's
It does seem like the Dungeon Master has some really bad ideas in his head.
Yes. The ones that were on the ground were bad enough.
I would like to check the house for anything interesting, and if there's anything that looks like it has been hidden in the room, any other constructions that belong to this.
Yeah, make me an investigation check.
22.
No, it doesn't seem like this house has had any more bodies or constructions or... No.
Alright. In that case, I would like to leave with Zardos and just tell Arliss to burn all the buildings down. There's no one alive, and this is nothing anyone should ever see.
Yeah, I'll agree to those parts.
yeah.
And after that, should we teleport to Kreuzung?
What are we doing in Kreuzung? Where is it bringing us?
Well, be safe
one-
for a second.
That, and we also, out of character, we also need to get materials for resurrection, because I don't think Trego has any, and I know.
Oh,
Trego has a diamond for Revivify.
Or
Okay.
I would speak out loud, Lady Kazar. How is your progress on the armor? I will use sending for that.
Yeah. She basically says that she needs a couple more days to complete the first set.
All right. In that case, I will tell her. Let us know if you found anything, or if we can get any pointers.
How many spell slots have you sent on Scenic this day? I have a feeling it would be a really good moment for Kairos to attack.
It would.
Yeah, I've that was the third sending that I used.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, she has spent more than you. Okay, fair enough. Alright, well, having cleared out this village, I imagine you have nothing left to do and are going to left to Curtain.
Well,
Well,
or
after
do we-
burning this place,
or-
yeah.
or
Well,
should we
yes.
go to Z and just check out the city and just ask around? I mean, I could go into that town, cast mass suggestion on 12 or 24 people, and just tell them go into the city and ask around for Ceruleus and bring me back any information on him that you have, and see where that takes us.
Just as record, for doing that in Nebo, you would be immediately executed.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I also don't like that idea. It's just getting attention. I mean, out of character, we're still at the point where we have no idea. So how about we decide between sessions? I mean, we can even let Dan know in advance so he can prepare, but I don't know. What are our options currently? Kreuzung, just for...
Recovering.
I mean, yeah, we're basically full again. But...
Or we could go another, take another round at Neverwinter. I'd probably prefer that, actually. Just to check. I mean, we haven't checked out the area really thoroughly, to be perfectly honest.
No, we only basically arrived and checked it out in the morning, and the night was when his sister contacted us.
Yeah.
So there is actually a merit. Maybe there is a portal there that we might find.
do that. I'm for Neverwinter.
Sounds good to me, yeah.
Yep.
What do you say? Jesse?
Hmm?
What do
Sorry,
you say?
what was that?
What do you say? Where we should go? Kreuzung or have another go at Neverwinter?
I would say
Or See or Frisswindow?
all the
I'd-
options.
I'd say. I kind of want to poke around Neverwinter.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. South Spire it is.
Right. Well, in that case, that's where we're gonna pick off next week. As you burn down the village for the first time, finally you burn down the village. Admittedly, you have reasons to, but yeah. And we'll see where next we go.